Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, wherever you are joining us from. Welcome to the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research, Initial Western Africa Regional Stakeholder Convening. My name is Sefori Agbangba, Regional Hub Manager for West Africa Legume System Innovation Lab, based at the International Center for Evaluation and Development, ICE. I'll be facilitating our event today. Please note this meeting is being recorded. A link to the program for today's meeting is available in the chat. So the program includes the agenda and speakers' bios. Today's workshop will be conducted in English with simultaneous translation. In your meeting control, please click interpretation, click the language that you would like to hear. If you are having difficulties hearing the translators, consider clicking mute original audio. If you are connecting via phone, in your meeting control, tap 3 dots. Tap language interpretation. Tap the language you want to hear. Let me explain those instructions to the francophones. Bonjour, bonsoir à vous tous, d'où que vous nous rejoignez. Bienvenue à la réunion régionale des parties prenantes du laboratoire d'innovation pour la recherche sur les systèmes de légumineuses en Afrique de l'Ouest. On m'appelle Symphorien Gbangba, je suis le responsable du pôle régional pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest, laboratoire d'innovation sur les systèmes de légumineuses basé au Centre international pour l'évaluation et le développement ICE. Je vais animer notre événement d'aujourd'hui. L'atelier d'aujourd'hui se déroulant en anglais avec une traduction simultanée en français. Dans les commandes de votre réunion, cliquez sur Interprétation. Cliquez sur la langue que vous souhaitez entendre. Si vous avez des difficultés à entendre les traducteurs, vous pouvez cliquer sur Couper le son original. Si vous vous connectez par votre téléphone, dans les commandes de votre réunion, appuyez sur les 3 points, appuyez sur Interprétation linguistique, appuyez sur la langue que vous souhaitez entendre. Merci. Thank you. So at this time, we would like to kick off Legume System Innovation Lab Director, Dr. Berry Sittenbush, who will share his welcoming words. Berry is the director of a Feed the Future Legume Innovation Lab Research and a professor at Michigan State University. He is also the John Osmond Android Chair in the Entomology Department and co-director of Scientific Animation Without Borders at Purdue University. He has 20 years of experience in international development, ranking from integrated pest management to scoring strategy for educational intervention at the last mile. Please, Dr. Berry, the floor is yours.
And thank you very much for hosting today's session. Before I begin, so thank you for the kind introduction. So as mentioned, I'm Barry Pittner. I'm the director for the Legume Systems Research Innovation Lab. And welcome to our today's session, where we'll be engaging with stakeholders across West Africa to try to begin to map out what are the challenges and opportunities as we move forward with legume systems over the coming years. So our innovation lab is very much focused on understanding gaps in legumes systems and looking towards developing strategies that we can take to make investments to help bring forward innovations, help fill those gaps in those particular legume systems. So before we move into the program in greater depth, I would like to thank USAID Washington for their support for this program. I'd like to thank the USAID missions in West Africa that we've had the wonderful opportunity to work with over the years, and we look forward to working with you for years to come, or for the next several years to come. I'd like to thank the management entity for all their efforts to get this together today. I'd like to thank ICE for all their activities to get us to this point. I'd like to thank all the speakers today and participants, and of course, the translators for today's event. So coming back to the overall program today, is we're here to listen to you and understand your thoughts and inputs on where the gaps are in the value chains associated with legumes in West Africa, and where there are potential to make investments and research for development innovations that can help us bring forward strategies to optimize those value chains and potentially develop strategies for scaling or pass off partners that could in turn take these out into broader communities. So we'll pass it back to our moderator today, and just like to thank everyone for the time and effort to be with us today. And thank you ahead of time for your inputs on where we're going to go today and helping to map out the future of this program. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Dr. Kikevich, for the warm welcome words. Next to share a few welcoming words is Dr. David Amayo from ICE. Dr. David Amayo is the President and CEO of the International Center for Evaluation and Development, ICE, based in Nairobi, and team leader. David has over 25 years of experience in leadership and practical experience in monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning. He has served as the head of strategy monitoring and evaluation at the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, based in Nairobi, Kenya. Please, David, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Symphonium. I'm so happy to see almost 115 participants on this workshop, and it's still growing. If you look there, the participants is growing, and I'm so happy that we can have all of you to join us this morning on this important webinar. You know, as David just said, Barry just said, the purpose of this convening is to understand the gap in the lagoon systems and come up with innovative strategies, you know, and research agendas to develop, to fill that gap. And this is something that has really made some of us very interested to be part of these things. Over the years, you know, the CG centers, AGRA, and other research organizations have been trying to come up with strategies that will fill the gap, especially when it comes to legumes in different parts of developing countries. We still have the gaps. And today we are so happy that through the support from USAID, through the Legume System Innovation Lab, we have been able to call all of you to be part of this journey. It's an investment that I think, when properly used, based on good conceptualization of the issues that we are facing within the gap, will lead to improvement and betterment of life and livelihood of people in West Africa. It's an opportunity, a unique opportunity that we are going to have. And as researchers in West Africa, especially in the lagoon system, I think today you have to be very proud. As I always say, that as a researcher in West Africa, it's not that you don't have the technical knowledge, you don't have the skill, you don't have the experience to do it. What you lack is an opportunity to do it. I think through this convening and through this Innovation Lab support, opportunity is going to be available. And I hope that you will take advantage of that and work within your own system, your own country, or across the region to help us to identify the gaps within the value chain, so that through this investment, we can transform the life and livelihood of men and women and children in West Africa. We are so happy that you are going to be part of this thing, and we hope that through this convening, opportunities will be available for us to take advantage of it and come up with systems that eventually will transform life and livelihood. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be with you throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amayo. To set the stage for today's regional stakeholder convening, we will now hear from Legume Systems Innovation Lab Deputy Director, Dr. John Medendop, to share the objective of today's convening. The presentation is recorded, so we will encourage participants to ask questions to John in a Q&A during the presentation. Please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Innovation Lab for Legume Systems
welcoming
Research Regional
Dr. John.
Stakeholder Conference for the West Africa region. My name is John William Maidendorp. I am the Deputy Director of the lab. And in these few minutes, I want to give you just a brief introduction to the program for today. We're going to do two things today. First, we will look back at where we came from and how we got to this point. And then we will look forward at what we are hoping to accomplish in the second phase of the lab. First of all, then, how did we get to this point? For those of you who accompanied us through the first phase of the lab, you know that the lab has sponsored many singular accomplishments, including technologies, publications, degree training, short-term trainees. Also, we've worked with many countries and other projects, as well as many partners in order to implement the accomplishments of the first phase. We felt, however, that something was lacking in spite of all of these very significant contributions to Legume Systems accomplished during the first phase. We felt that it lacked adhesiveness and coherence, and although each of these accomplishments in and of themselves were very important, we felt that we could have done more to coordinate these efforts in order to achieve greater system impact. As many of you know, during the first phase of the lab, we developed in the second year at the Global Convening in Saly, Senegal, the beginnings of a strategy white paper through a participatory exercise that included our researchers and partners in order to identify the highest priorities for the legume systems where we were working at the time, which were the regions of West Africa and Southern Africa. We revisited this strategy white paper every year, all the way through the fifth year of the lab, where we put together recommendations for a second phase. You can find the strategy white paper at the QR code shown on this slide. And also, if you don't have QR code capture on your phone, you can follow the website link that is listed on the left-hand side of this page. During the fifth year of phase one, when we gathered for our global convening in Victoria Falls, Zambia, we came back to the strategy white paper once again and asked the groups to divide into three areas, one focusing on pre-production, the second one focusing on production, and then the third one focusing on post-production. We asked the groups to identify the highest priorities in each one of these areas that could be used as recommendations for the second phase of the lab. At the time, we did not know who would be carrying the lab forward. We knew that we may be invited to submit a proposal for a second phase, which finally we were. However, at this time, we were simply preparing recommendations for whoever was going to carry the lab forward for the next 5 years. Under pre-production, you can see here that the recommendations were that cropping systems had to be demand-driven. They had to use the product life cycle, that would be an important factor in understanding how we could support legume systems. Secondly, it recommended that national breeding programs be strengthened through infrastructure and capacity development. Thirdly, that seed production systems be made profitable and resilient, and also once again linked to demand. And then finally, that there be a genotyping of all the cultivars of the legume systems to serve as a database for variety selection and trait selection in order to respond especially to climate change. For the area of production, the recommendations were that there be a focus on soil health, especially soil biota fertility and water availability for rapid response to climate change, that there be a greater examination of intercropping with crops or shrubs, crop residue management, integration of biofertilizers in mycorrhiza. Also that there be a focus on IPM, expanding into the areas of bio-based solutions such as biopesticides and biocontrol agents, and then a focus on the scaling of the crops and systems that we were supporting through the lab. And finally, for the post-production area, there was a recommendation to get a better understanding of urban nutritional needs, especially with the trends of urbanization toward urban areas, that we needed better market intelligence, and that must be made available to value chain actors, that we should connect providers with buyers as the core issue for value chains, and then finally that integration into regional markets was very important for legume systems. When developing our proposal for the second phase of the lab, we took these recommendations very seriously, and as a result, we came up with what might be called a framework for the second phase proposal. We identified 3 core values that we wanted to make central to the structure of the second phase of the lab. First of all, we wanted to make sure that our decision-making was decentralized. That's the reason behind, for example, this regional stakeholder meeting. We felt it was no longer possible for us to make decisions from a central location, but rather that these decisions needed to be participatory and should include the actors in the regions where we anticipated working. And so these regional stakeholder conferences were put together so that you, as actors in the value chain, the legume value chains, would have opportunity to express to us what you think are the highest priorities for research in your region and in your legume value chains. A second core value for the second phase is that all of our cropping systems should be demand-driven. We know that it does little good to increase production in cropping systems if there are no off-takers for that crop. And so we want to align the interests of the value chain in such a way that everything all the way from research to post-production, that all of these activities are responding to some form of market demand. Our third core value, and one that responds to our name is Legume Systems Research Innovation Lab, is that all of our projects be system linked. We have to approach this from a systems perspective because it does little good to resolve an issue in one part of the value chain if it does not benefit the entire value chain. And so when we select projects, we will be doing so from a systems perspective. And of course, we want to encourage all of our applicants to exercise systems thinking in putting together their proposals so that they can demonstrate how their particular project will influence the system as a whole. So in order to accommodate these core values in the structure and implementation of the second phase of the lab, we've created a new design and a new approach for the lab, which starts with the management entity, with which you are already familiar. The management entity will continue in its leadership role for the lab. However, to the management entity, we have added what we're calling a technical leadership team. And this technical leadership team has expertise in 4 very important areas for Legume Systems, and also in areas that we were requested by USAID to address in the second phase of the lab. And they are seed systems and varietal development, climate change and resilience, market integration and value chains, and also gender equity and social inclusion. In addition to the technical leadership team, we have added a multi-stakeholder platform coordination team, which will be done by Siat Pabra, with whom we worked also in the first phase. We have developed a very strong partnership with Siat Pabra in this regard, doing research during the first phase on the impact of the formation of multi-stakeholder platforms. For those of you who are not familiar with the concept, we'll be doing a brief presentation later on this topic. But basically what multi-stakeholder platforms do is bring together actors from across the value chains in order to align interests and activities in such a way that the systems most efficiently and effectively respond to market demand. Then to this we added what we are now hosting, which is a regional stakeholder conference. The regional stakeholder conferences are intended to provide for each one of the regions opportunities to shape the research agenda for the region. And so in today's presentations and discussions, what we hope to come away with are recommendations from you as actors in the legumes value chains in Central America on what research priorities should be addressed through the funding of projects in this second phase. You will give us not only research priorities, but we also would like you to identify system indicators. We want to measure our success as a lab based on how we affect the legume systems in which we are working. And so out of this meeting also we would like to come away with some specific indicators that we can measure as a group in Central America that will in some way validate our assumption that we are affecting positively the legume value chains in the region. Out of this will come requests for proposals, which each of you will receive. It will be an opportunity for you to respond to those research priorities. And then out of the RFPs, we will award specific projects in the region. I put 3 here, but that's not necessarily the number. It could be more, it could be less, depending on how effectively the proposals address the needs of the region. We will have a second meeting closer to the release of the call for concept notes. However, as you think about your proposals, there are a few things that you should take into consideration. And they are, first of all, that the research areas that have been assigned to us by USAID are best agronomic practices and services, inclusive inputs and market systems, varietal development and scaling, and climate change adaptation. In addition, the key crops on which we are focusing as a lab are cowpea and bean, although we will entertain proposals for other legumes as long as you, in your proposal, make the value proposition clear for that particular value chain. So you may submit proposals for other legumes, but make sure that you, together with it, describe exactly how it will benefit the region. The geographic focus for West Africa are the following countries: Benin, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, and Senegal. Although due to the current political circumstances, we are restricted in the types of activities that we can do in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And also there are other regions in which we are working. They include Southern Africa, East Africa, and the Great Lakes, and Central America. And although we don't expect you to include any of those regions in your proposals, if there are applications of your specific technology or process that you are proposing, you might want to mention what those applications could potentially be for the other regions as well, because that will also be an advantage in the proposal process. So our tasks for today are to identify the gaps that cause inefficiencies, ineffectiveness, loss, or waste in the legume value chains, to identify research priorities that would provide solutions for those gaps, and then finally to identify key system indicators that we can measure. And just to give you a sense of the timeline here, we are hosting the regional stakeholder conferences in March and April. We will send out a request for concept notes in May. We will move to full proposals in June, and then finally awards will be made in July. So thank you for your attention, and we look forward to great discussions today.
Thank you, Dr. John, for the introduction and the clear description of the strategy white paper for Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research. I'm seeing some question in the Q&A, but unfortunately, we do not have time for question. We encourage you to ask those questions in the Q&A for John to provide, for him to provide writing responses. So, as Dr. Medendorf mentioned, there are 4 technical leadership team or TLT members that we present today, in addition to presentation on stakeholders platform and the product life cycle. Before I welcome the first TLT member to present, please remember the main objective of this convening is to hear from you. Please use the chat to provide your input in the current gap in the legume value chains and research priorities that could address those gaps. The Q&A can be used to ask clarifying questions to the speakers on the presentation. Only a few clarifying questions will be addressed after the presentation. Please use the chat to provide your input. At this time, I would like to introduce Camille Renou and Stephen Okeo of Seed2B. Camille is the technical lead seed system for Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture, Seed2B. He developed and oversees the seed strategy for Sub-Saharan Africa and coordinates the implementation of Pan-African seed projects aligned to improve farmers' availability and accessibility to perform varieties. Stephen Okeo work in monitoring and evaluation at Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture, Seed2B. In his current role, Stephen is tasked with developing and overseeing effective data collection method and analyzing project data that supports the monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning components of Syngenta Foundation projects activities in participating countries. Seed2B serves as the seed system and varietal development lead for the Legume System Innovation Lab. We will now hear from Camille Renou and Stephen Okeo.
So welcome everyone to the West Africa Regional Stakeholder Convening meeting today for a presentation on seed systems and variety advancement. Throughout this presentation, we will tell you who we are, give you the study methodology that we employed in this research, mention key findings that we found on breeding systems and pipeline of varieties, seed variety adoption, seed production, regulatory environment, and these insights will inform our conclusions and recommendations on seed systems in West Africa. So who are we? Seeds2B Africa Limited is a Kenya-based social enterprise, which is currently an affiliate of the Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture. Our main objective is to support or help smallholder farmers in Africa access quality seeds of improved varieties for the crops that they need. We facilitate the introduction of quality seeds through a systematic variety commercialization approach that includes market assessments, technology scouting, variety screening and adoption, registration and marketing trials. We also participate in private sector engagement and capacity building, policy advocacy, and farmer aggregation and market linkage support. We believe in more choice and better access in order to increase variety turnover and support smallholder farmer resilience and subsequently improve the livelihood and income of our farmers. Our approach is based on a product life cycle methodology of variety and demand-led principles that guides marketing and management decisions through development, introduction, growth, maturity, and decline of varieties. I will wish to take a few seconds to explain our product life cycle methodology. So the Seeds2B methodology is based on a unique product life cycle approach that consists of 12 stages, starting from variety concept and ends with the exit of products from the market. In between, there are several stages related to variety creation, selection, registration, introduction, and commercialization. We focus our actions on stages 5 to 6, that includes late development, testing and registration, introduction, and growth. These stages consist of the final selection of the best varieties to be shortlisted, registered, and successfully introduced to the markets. It is in these stages, stages 5 to 8, that we identify the greatest needs in terms of coordination, partnership, development, partners capacity building, and resource mobilization. Despite substantial investments in research, the proportion allocated to disseminating these new technologies remain insufficient, leading to a low rate of adoption by farmers. And this makes us invest our time in stages 5 to 8. This product lifecycle framework follows a data-driven process, and decisions are made at each stage to drop, retain, or advance the best varieties or products to the next stage based on a data-driven process. Over the past 8 years, we have successfully implemented this methodology in variety advancement in the countries we work in, including Mali, Senegal, and Nigeria. Next slide. So why this convening meeting today? We are here to present to you insights that will enable us understand the status in the country's legume systems, identify gaps in the legume seed systems in these countries, make recommendations where it is necessary to invest and support legumes systems with research and policy. We will advise the Legume System Innovation Lab and its partners on seed systems development approaches and key system indicators to be measured. Our focus today will be in West Africa, specifically Nigeria, Benin, Niger, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Mali, and Senegal. Our study methodology combined the desk research and the commission of a multilingual online survey to examine and review breeding systems and pipeline of varieties, seed regulation environment, seed production, and variety adoption. We were privileged to speak to 13 key stakeholders in the legume seed systems in these countries, and the insights that they provided to us, we will combine them with secondary resources from reports, journals, and case studies. Our data analysis included literature synthesis, quantitative and qualitative assessment of the survey results. Today, we present high-level regional findings, but a report with country details will be released in the coming months. Let us dive into the key findings. We will take a look at the status of the breeding systems and pipeline of varieties. As we start, we wish to mention that we found out that the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Climate has developed and applied advanced genomic tools to cowpea breeding to increase yield, drought tolerance, and fungal resistance in cowpea in West Africa. This successful outcome has led to the establishment of a standard set of cowpea varieties that encompasses the most important breeding germplasm with various local stakeholders from 2019. What is the awareness, or what is the status currently on awareness? From our research, we found out that breeders are familiar with the concept of demand-led breeding and incorporate this concept by defining market segments and profiles in their breeding work. More breeders in the region are currently aware and in the process introduce target product profiles in the region thanks to the efforts that have been made by the Avisa project and IITA Abadan. Many breeders, however, are not aware of the product life cycle that we mentioned previously. And this concept, they lack awareness of it and hence lack a process for advancing varieties in their breeding pipelines. This only leads to uninformed decisions in the variety pipeline development and release. Regarding the breeding capacity, we found out that there's limited funds and there's dependency on donor funds interventions. There is also a presence of limited infrastructure with 7 to 13 breeders from private and public breeding institutions in each country, but as low as 1 or 2 breeders in some countries. This only indicates poor satisfaction and shortage of breeders and slow development of breeding systems, especially in Mali. We also wish to mention that 30% of the breeding program's budget for these institutions are self-financed, and in some countries as low as 5%. Next slide. Regarding the current breeding status, some of the features or traits that are currently addressed include field insects and diseases, striga resistance, nutrition, where breeders are making efforts to introduce high protein, iron, and zinc varieties. They also make efforts to introduce dual purpose varieties, but also culinary traits that include short cooking time with high flavor. They also make efforts currently to introduce large seeded boiled grain for users who boil grains. The current breeding technologies that are utilized include pedigree and recurrent selection, but also include others. And the breeding techniques that breeders aspire to use, but currently do not have access to, include genomic selection, editing, and transformation techniques that they mentioned through our survey, that these are the breeding techniques that they need, but they currently don't have resources or capacity to access them. Most varieties that are released have special features of climate smartness. These include drought tolerance and early maturity, and use-related features of fast cooking, nutrition enhanced features. And some of these varieties, we found out that 7 of them are in Ghana and 6 in Burkina Faso with these newly released traits. We now come to identify the gaps in breeding systems and pipeline of varieties. One of the major gaps that we found out is a challenge on seed purity, which is the #1 bottleneck for the continued advancement of the West Africa cowpea breeding groups. This was mentioned by the Future Climate Resilient Cowpea Innovation Lab. This major challenge is compounded by limited resources that includes insufficient funds, low human capacity, and lack of a modern phenotyping facilities. And lastly, there are few newly developed varieties that are adapted to various farming systems in West African countries. Next slide. Let us move on to the next topic that we investigated around seed variety adoption. What is the current status? The current share of seeds from the formal sector is as less than 35%. The formal sector faces challenges related to the adoption of certified cowpea seeds, likely due to lack of awareness of the importance of these seeds, limited availability of hybrid seeds, the high prices of certified seeds, and the low purchasing power of producers. When we investigated the informal sector, we found it has a massive adoption of up to 65% or more. This informal sector dominates due to factors such as proximity of informal seeds to producers, lower cost, and the possibility of barter trade between producers where they can easily access these seeds from the informal sector. The average age of varieties that are sold currently includes 6 in Ghana, 9 years in Burkina Faso, and in Mali, the average age of varieties that are sold in the market range from 9 all the way to 22 years. As you can see, in many African countries, all varieties persist in the market, even though newer varieties that often perform these old varieties in terms of traits that respond to the demands of farmers, consumers, and industry. The varieties sold in countries like Mali range up to 22 years. Lastly, the age of varieties in 2021 included 8 years in Ghana, Burkina Faso, the age of varieties were 9, and in Mali again, the age of varieties range from 9 to 22 years. From this, there has been a recent breeding efforts in countries like Ghana and Burkina Faso, and there's also been a presence of adoption of new varieties. However, there are still opportunities to improve these efforts as varieties of up to 22 years and plus are still available in the region in countries like Mali. Next slide. When we studied the number of seed companies selling cowpea seeds, the number of cowpea seed companies that produces and markets cowpea has increased slightly from 2016 and 2017 all the way to 2021. In Ghana, there has been an increase from 9 to 19, in Burkina Faso, 16 to 20, and in Mali, 33 seed companies to 43 seed companies. This only mentions or gives insight that there has been a slight increase in terms of number of companies that sell cowpea seeds. And as we know, vibrant seed sector depends on a robust private sector in which seed companies invest in developing, producing, processing, and marketing improved varieties to farmers. With this, we culminate this with the gaps that we identified in seed variety adoption. That includes lack of awareness of certified cowpea varieties in West Africa, limited access to certified cowpea seeds by producers and majorly farmers. There has been a persistence of old varieties that are still produced and marketed. And lastly, there is a dominance in the informal seed sector. I will now hand over to my colleague Camille to proceed with the next sections. Over to you, Camille.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So now we'll move to the seed production section, and we'll first look at the private sector's involvement in the seed production and commercialization. So what we noticed is that in the 7 countries we studied, international companies are present, but mostly dealing with high-value seeds like hybrid vegetable or hybrid maize, but not on cowpea. Cowpea seed production and commercialization is mostly done by small and medium seed companies, including also farmers cooperative, and their interest is high in cowpea becoming more and more a cash crop for farmers, so the demand for seed is high. However, we noticed that most of them are constrained by the availability, are constrained by few quantity of early generation seed available from public research institutions, resulting in low quantity produced. We also noticed that licensing system from public institution to private companies don't exist, or can exist, but still at very early stage in some countries. But overall, it's not really implemented. We also found that the seed companies don't have marketing specialists, and they also don't invest their own resources in promoting new varieties. Most of the investments are usually supported by external source of funding, like projects or NGOs. Informal seed sector contributes most of the seed used by farmers, as it was also said by Stephen, between 80 to 90%, depending on countries. And this is due to a number of factors, including limited accessibility and availability of quality seeds, of improved varieties, but also lack of awareness of the varieties, the new varieties, and also lack of awareness of the value of quality seeds. Just wanted also to look at this chart here, where there is in blue the seed quantity needed, and in orange the quantity supplied. And we can see for all the crops in West Africa, this is for West Africa. So for all the crops, there is a gap between the supply and demand. In the case of cowpea, the ratio is one of the worst, together with pearl millet, because it's about from 1 to 5 between the supply and the actual demand. So still about seed production, we looked at the local seed trade association in each country, and we found that this type of association exists in all countries. And the members are mostly small and medium seed companies, as well as some farmer cooperatives. And many of them are involved in cowpea seed production and commercialization, which means that they could be very good partners for scaling the commercialization of cowpea seeds. They play a role mostly at the national level. Their international and online visibility through a website or social media really varies depending on the country. Some of them are visible, others are not visible at all. We also looked at their membership to 2 institutions. One is the AFSTA, the African Seed Trade Association. The other one is the ISF, International Seed Federation. And we found that Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, Mali, and Burkina are AFSTA members, which means that they have this willingness to go beyond their country and develop seed commercialization, seed trade across the continent. However, at global level, it's only Senegal who is an International Seed Federation member. Last point regarding the seed production, we looked at the role of government and other stakeholders like NGOs in the seed distribution. We found that governments are highly involved, can be through the support to dissemination of the seeds, through subsidy programs, which is where most of the crops are eligible. Can be also for EGS production, and this is usually through their research institute or a dedicated unit related to the research institute. we found that there are no parastatal entity involved in the production and commercialization of certified seeds. And there are some policies to encourage private sector's investment in the seed industry. We'll talk about that in the next section. Last point here is that we found that NGOs and projects, donor-funded projects, remain a significant player in the seed sector. Can be for different aspects to support the seed production, support variety awareness creation activities, dissemination, or also aggregate the demand from farmers. So now we are moving to the last topic of our presentation about the regulatory environment. Here we'll focus mostly on the regional harmonized seed regulation, because this is what drives most of the seed regulation in West Africa. So ECOWAS member states signed in 2008 a regional seed regulation that governs the main aspect of the seed system, which is quality control, certification, and marketing of seeds and seedlings. So this was signed by the 15 countries in ECOWAS, as well as 2 other countries, Mauritania and Chad, who joined this group. There are key goals and key principles for this harmonized regulation. Of course, harmonize the rules governing the seed sector and avoid each country to have its own set of regulation. Facilitate local production and availability of quality seeds. Help widen the choice of seed available to farmers through, for example, regional trade and mutualization of research efforts. Facilitate regional trade in seeds. Create an enabling environment for private investments. Of course, the market in the whole region can be seen as a single market and not each country individually. And also promote public and private partnerships. So the 7 countries covered by our study today are all members of ECOWAS, and they incorporated the regional regulation principle into their national regulation. Here we can look at the map and maybe more clear the table here. And we can see that all the countries, Burkina, Mali, Senegal, Niger, Ghana, and Benin, are all in the Group 1, what CORAF called Group 1, which is best players in terms of implementation of the regulation. And Benin is in the Group 2 also. One important point here, recently in February 2024, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso announced their withdrawal from ECOWAS due to some political tension, but it was just a few weeks ago, few months ago, so it's still too early to assess any impact to the regional seed regulation in this country. So we assume that the regional regulation still remains active in force in these countries. Last point here is about which is a regional research and development center for Western Africa, based in Dakar, who is the main entity in charge of the implementation of this regional regulation. And they have, over the last maybe 10 to 15 years, since 2018, they have helped to adopt all this regulation in each country, and also help to create a number of regional standards, VAT registration, seed import, export procedures, etc. And they also help to establish the West Africa Seed Committee, which is in charge of the regulation of the seed sector at the regional level. Just few technical aspects related to the regional harmonized seed regulation. So across all trees, there is an harmonized variety registration protocol, which follows the international UPOV standards, with 2 seasons of DUS and VCU trials. Some crops don't require the VCU trial, value for cultivation and use trials. So it was still reported that by stakeholders that the process is long, costly, and also not always easy to handle. All countries have or should have an up-to-date national catalog of varieties, but we also noted that many countries lack resources to update and publish regularly their catalog. Some countries have recent catalog, others have quite old catalogs, and it's difficult to find very up-to-date information about that. So the ECOWAS has set up a regional catalog that was created as a compilation of the national catalogs. So this is an important point, and we'll see how it looks like in the next slide. Import and export of seeds are possible, and they are also encouraged regionally, as we saw previously, through this harmonized seed regulation. But what we found is that for cowpeas, there are very few seed exchange in the region. The seed certification systems are mostly public, and what we noticed also is that usually the number of inspectors is seen as efficient, which means that the seed companies have challenges to get the inspectors to the field to do the required inspections. There are a few countries where public and private schemes coexist together. It's the case in Senegal. It's recently implemented or about to be implemented in Nigeria, building on the recent seed policy signed in 2021. Last year is about formal and informal systems. This regulation considers only the formal system. However, seeds from informal system are predominant, particularly for a crop like cowpea, and are accepted, but not specifically regulated. Here we have two extracts of this regional seed regulation that mention that all plant seeds produced for the purpose of marketing shall be certified in accordance with the provision of the regulation. And here it's mentioned that only seeds registered in the West African catalog shall be marketed in the region. So these are two key principles related to the formal sector. Just a small focus regarding the regional catalog. So in ECOWAS, a variety registered in one member state following the regional registration procedure, the US, the VCU, they can enter the regional catalog automatically. So a very different approach compared to other regional economic group blocks in the continent like COMESA and SADC. So in ECOWAS, the number of varieties is very high. It's now, I think, between 1,600 and 1,800. We see that cowpea here in blue has 155 varieties. So if we look at the chart on the right, which is about public varieties in national catalogs, we can see that ECOWAS in blue contains a lot of publicly bred varieties, unlike other regional economic blocks like COMESA and SADC, who have very, very few varieties, which is a good point for ECOWAS to facilitate dissemination regionally of publicly bred varieties, and more specifically, most of the cowpea varieties are publicly bred. Here, we wanted to present few challenges, bottlenecks that we found related to this regional seed regulation. Few aspects related to the regional catalog. For example, in terms of accessibility. Currently, the catalog is not easily, widely available. It's also currently available only in French, which is not enough because there are other languages spoken in the region. The format also is not really appropriate. It's not a cumulative document, and the whole catalog is made of several PDF documents, as you can see here on the right. So it's a compilation of 4 documents: the initial catalog from 2016 plus the update from 2018, 2021, and 2022, which means that if you want to look for a specific variety or something, you need to look across different documents that are in PDF format and not always easy. Also, one issue related to this regional catalog is the crops available in this catalog. Initially, it was focusing only on 11 priority crops, including cowpea. And then they recently added new crops, but it's still not exhaustive, so it's still a work in progress. And the two last points are related to actual implementation of the regulation. We noted through some few concrete examples, lack of trust among members, which means that some countries have not yet fully adopted the regional principle, even if it is in the law. Now they are more or less in between, and for example, they don't recognize a variety registered in another country, which is part of the regional catalog. They still ask for more documents or more data, etc. Can be same thing also for seeds registered in another country. They may say like they don't trust seed certified outside of their country. One challenge we noted also is a lack of clarity on processes at country level. For example, the registration procedure should follow the same key principles, but the actual implementation from one country to another can be different, and also the cost structure associated to this procedure is also different. Our last point before the conclusion is just a focus also about the regulation on the GMO seeds. And here we have very different approaches depending on the countries. Mali, Benin, and Niger have biosafety law, but so far the GMOs are not authorized. In Burkina Faso, it was authorized for cotton a few years back, but then later it was banned. There are also countries like Senegal who authorized the GMOs in the law in 2022, but still not implemented due to a strong resistance from the civil society who challenge the need and also the risk related to the GMOs. In Ghana, they have started or they are about to start the commercialization of GM cowpea, and in Nigeria it is authorized. There are some BT cowpeas available. They also have GM seeds for other crops. So just to conclude on this presentation, we have put some recommendations for each of the 4 topics we presented. Regarding the breeding systems and pipeline of varieties, we would suggest to continue searching opportunities for funding, because as we saw, there is a need for more resources. For example, to access more modern technologies, modern breeding technologies. There is a need, and also there is a need to promote the use of product life cycle concept for variety advancement. This concept is so far not really known and implemented, and we believe that this can help to bring the best and the right varieties to the market. In terms of seed variety adoption, there is a need to continue raising awareness through on-farm demonstration to show farmers the benefits of improved varieties. There is a need to increase that. There is a need to promote specifically modern, climate-smart, and high-yielding cowpea varieties. Also take advantage of the new technologies to introduce digital into the promotional activities through various stakeholders to accelerate dissemination of the information and adoption of quality seeds of performing varieties. Last thing is about bringing more support to seed companies to develop marketing plans and seed dissemination strategies. As we said earlier, most of the companies don't have marketing team or marketing specialists, and they would require more support to develop this. Regarding the seed production, We suggest to increase investment in the EGS production. This is a key bottleneck. There is a strong demand from seed companies, but the availability of EGS is a challenge. We suggest also to develop partnerships and strategies with private sector with a specific focus on EGS production planning and availability. Planning is key because, of course, when there is a need, seed needs to be produced the one season before. So there is a need to timely plan between the stakeholders. We would suggest also to implement or at least assess opportunities related to win-win public to private licensing systems. So usually licensing scares people because they think that it will privatize, and but there are a lot of flexibility in licensing systems, and there are a number of clauses that can be discussed between parties to make sure varieties can be disseminated widely. We would also suggest to involve National Seed Trade Association and its members in this discussion and in these public-private partnerships. Most of the members of these associations are involved in cowpea seed production and commercialization, so they are a key player to consider. And last point here about seed production is to structure and connect seed and grain value chain actors. We believe that partnerships along the value chain are very key to increase and secure demand for quality grain and, of course, quality seeds. Last topic for this conclusion is about the regulatory environment. We would suggest to consolidate the technical implementation of the seed regulation at both national and regional level, for example, through clearer and more efficient variety registration process, through an improved and exhaustive regional catalog in several languages, widely available, and of course reflect about the real need to have a national catalog, because as we said, some countries have challenges to update it regularly. So maybe there is a regional catalog can be sufficient. Also, we would suggest to try to build trust among member states to facilitate regional trade and adoption of varieties registered in other countries. And last point, engage again with National Seed Trade Association in advocacy for policy change to make sure that national and regional policies can enable seed production and commercialization specifically for cowpea. So thank you for your attention, and we are happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen and Camille. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time for questions, but we encourage you to ask your question in the Q&A for Stephen and Camille, provide written responses. We now have a 10-minute break. Please return back by 10:50 GMT. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Before I welcome the second TLT member to present, please remember the main objective of this convening is to hear from you. Please use the chat to provide your inputs into the current gaps in the legume value chain and research priorities that could address those gaps. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Esther Mugai. Esther is a senior social scientist with vast experience in the agricultural sector. She has been working with male and female smallholders, farmers since 1996 in sub-Saharan Africa. Her research interests include gender dynamics in the agricultural sector, women's participation in agricultural food systems, and in the intersectoral issues that led to the transformation of system and empowerment of specifically women and youth. ISTA serves as the gender equality and social inclusion leads for the Legume System Innovation Lab. We will now hear from Dr. Esther. Please, you are welcome.
Good day, everyone, and I'm very delighted to be here this day. I hope that you're all well. My name is Esther Jukuno Mungai. I am a social scientist. I'm working as a consultant, a senior consultant based in Nairobi, Kenya, and my specialization is in the social sciences and specifically on gender and social inclusion. And I'm contributing to the Legume Systems Innovation Lab, TLT, on GESI. And today we are very delighted that we have an opportunity to share with us the findings that we have from a desk review of gender work in the West African region. We are titling our presentation, Gender Research in the Cowpeas Value Chain in Benin, Burkina Faso, Ghana, and Liberia. We want to take a step back in this presentation just to make sure that we have the same understanding of what GESI is, because there is a lot of definitions out there and a lot of boundaries that are set around GESI. But for this particular presentation, we want to talk about GESI as the gender equality and social inclusion, being the framework or approach that seeks to ensure that development programs, policies, and projects consider and address the diverse needs, interest, and capacity of all individuals, regardless of their gender, age, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, disability, or other characteristics that we may come across as we implement work in the Legume Systems Innovation Lab. We aim to promote equity, reduce discrimination, and empower marginalized groups by integrating their perspectives and experiences into decision-making processes and development interventions. And we use the picture on the left to bring an understanding of two terms that we use, sometimes interchangeably and sometimes with a bit of information. But we just like to harmonize our understanding of these two terms. Then these are the terms equality and equity. And when we talk about equality, it means that we're giving a similar opportunity, similar chance to everybody in the same way, and sometimes without consideration of their diverse needs. When we do equality, it means that we have provided an opportunity for everyone. And in some context, this may apply, like when you talk about voting rights, everybody's vote should count, everybody's vote should have the same weight, and it gives power to the voter in the same way. But when it comes to development interventions, we have to think about equity, which is the idea of customizing or thinking through the diverse needs of every person. Because most of the times you will find that even though people require things that are similar, they would want them customized to their situation. And in this example, we have the bicycle, which has been shown in an equality situation to actually lead to unintended consequences where the child suffers, the man suffers, and the person with disability suffers. But when we think about equity, we think about the needs of the person with disability. We are able to customize a bicycle that we can use. When we think about the man, he gets a much bigger bicycle that would fit his stature, and the child also gets a much smaller bicycle that fits their needs. And this is what we try to aim for when we're doing development work, making sure that we understand our diverse needs, we understand our community, we know how they're stratified and the things that are intersecting that are important, that will help us then design programs that are equitable. Looking at cowpeas in West Africa, cowpea comes out as a very popular legume that is cultivated in this region in the transitional and dryland areas. And what we are finding in literature is actually that cowpea is very popular in West Africa. It's a highly nutritious legume that is consumed as a vegetable, if you consider the leaves and the green pods, as well as the dry grain. And most importantly, the stems and the leaves are also highly nutritious for livestock feed. And a significant amount of cowpea production actually goes towards livestock feeding. While most of the African cowpea is produced in WCA, that is the West and Central Africa, most of it is actually consumed in this region, and there are very little exports that get out of this region to other parts of the world. And cowpea is grown mostly by smallholder farmers as an intercrop with the dominant cereal crops like maize or sorghum. In some instances, it is grown as a monocrop, and sometimes it's also grown as a large-scale crop. And there is a wide range of cowpea varieties that are existent in this region. The red, the black speckled cowpea varieties, the honey-colored cowpeas, and all these are preferred by farmers for different characteristics. The selection of varieties is a function of especially the agroecological zone and the competing demands that farmers have for food and cash, and of course cultural preferences and the market acceptability. When we look at cowpea farming, start thinking about, is gender integrated in the cowpea value chain? We are starting to look at Ghana. And in Ghana, we see the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research Centers. There are two centers that have the mandate for cowpea research, and that is the Crop Research Institute and the Savannah Agricultural Research Institute that collaborate with the Ministry of Food Agency, I think, and the World Vision. And what we see is that there is a big focus by these organizations on the genetic diversity of cowpea, the refinement of pest management techniques. But from literature, which is surprising for me, knowing how much Ghana has contributed towards gender work, to note that there is kind of a lack of evidence of gender-focused research on cowpeas in Ghana. And I say this is a personal surprise because from some of the work that I know on gender implemented by organizations like CARE that are like front runners on gender integration, most of it is actually implemented in Ghana. So I find this a bit surprising. And if there are stakeholders in the audience that may know of maybe gender work that is implemented on Ghana that we may not have come across, I would love to hear from you. When we come to Liberia, the Liberian Central Agricultural Research Institute is the center or the institute that is mandated to do cowpea research. And this organization had a program called the Integrated Crop Systems Research Program, which was pivotal in moving experiments from research stations to on-farm participatory activities. Way back in the 90s, that was led by extension workers and farmers. And this program, the Farming Systems Research and Extension, has been very interesting because it has been an entry point for gender considerations of work on cowpeas in Liberia. The CSR program categorized farming systems into 4 prototypes in the country that are based on topography, and cowpea was featured as a principal crop in what is called the inland valley flooded rice-based system. And in this system, we have the, I don't know if I pronounced this right, the Behali Rural Women's Farmers Multipurpose Cooperative Society, which was initiated or facilitated by the Feed the Future programming. And it is among some of the most documented gender initiative in cowpea work that is presented in Liberia. And by targeting a women-led cooperative, the Feed the Future initiative helped women farmers to enhance not only cowpea productivity, but also to reduce post-harvest losses, improve food security. It led to much more adoption of cowpea varieties and some of the storage technologies, as well as the empowerment of women in the cowpea value chain. Much as this is documented as an entry point, we find that this documentation is really at its infancy. We don't have a lot of data on like gender disaggregated data sets and maybe inferences from such. And so we're thinking that there is an infancy in terms of the disintegration of women in this cooperative society. And it will be interesting to see how this continues to become an interesting entry for women's empowerment. And especially because it's already organized, the institutional arrangements around organizing women into a cooperative society. Not even a women groups, like going straight to the cooperative society. In Burkina Faso, we have the Institute of Environment and Agricultural Research. I think this is the French acronym, INERA, collaborating very closely with IITA and ICRISAT. And these two organizations have collaborated in the breeding programs, with IITA focusing a lot on integrated pest management and breeding of new varieties, while ICRISAT focused a lot on climate resilience in the variety development. And these two organizations have, through their gender programming, drawn a lot of attention to gender research in cowpea for Burkina Faso. And so you'll find quite some literature around improving women's resilience to environmental stresses that are engaged in cowpea production. There's literature around nutritional enhancement of cowpea utilization in terms of improving health outcomes for women-headed households, or where also, of course, in households where women are responsible for food production. We see documentation of gender-sensitive pest management strategies that are being tried in Burkina Faso, development of cowpea breeds that mature faster and are drought-resistant, that are preferred by women as well as men, and also some attention to the labor requirements and how this has reduced the workload for women. So in Burkina Faso, the literature shows there is quite a bit of documentation of gender research. And in Benin, IITA has been collaborating very closely with INRAB, which is the National Agricultural Research Institute of Benin, to enhance cowpea production. And what we find is that there has been some kind of progression in the gender integration in Benin, which started in around 1980 as INRAB started developing participatory approaches that were embracing indigenous knowledge, and there were deliberate efforts in having open discussion with farmers on cowpea production. And as these discussions were happening in the rural areas and with the farming communities, then gender issues started becoming important. But what we see is there is a particular project that was acronymized as PRONAF in the early 2000s that was very active in addressing gender considerations as part of the broader initiative to improve cowpea production in Benin. And PRONAF, as a project, organized what is called the Farmer Field Forums and training sessions that specifically were targeting women farmers. And we see a situation where the project was starting to include women in seed production initiatives. There's documentation of about 17 out of 40 initiatives in cowpea seed production that involved women. So this brings us to a point where we start to ask what are the major gender research implementation gaps that we start to see in the cowpea area in West African countries. And some of the things that anticipated, I thought I would get a little bit more, was the question of the gender trait preferences in the cowpea varieties that are released, because these are areas where you would imagine that like conversations have happened for a long time. You see countries that are saying that they started their farming systems research in the 90s. They opened up opportunities for farmers to give in their opinions and to give a voice to their needs and to their preferences. And I was imagining that out of that farming systems research, participatory methodologies, that there would be a lot of information on the trait preferences in terms of the cowpea varieties. And considering that also in most of the countries, I'm sure my colleagues will be talking about this, there are quite a number of cowpea varieties that have been released. So I was anticipating a little bit more on cowpea varieties, integration of gender preference information, and I feel that that is a gap. The other thing that I felt didn't come out very strongly was the social norms, and how the social norms in the cultures in these communities have impacted the cowpea value chain development in terms of maybe engagement with the market. I know like cowpea residues are an important source of feed for livestock, and they are a big market. And how to engage with the market, how to engage with the feeds market, how to engage with the grain market, and all those steps beyond production. And my understanding is that in West Africa, the production of cowpea is not like in the other regions where it's primarily a women's role. It's also a big men's role, especially where cowpeas are considered like a cash crop. And so I was anticipating a little bit of a dynamism or maybe a reflection of that difference in terms of how the cowpea residues are interacting with the livestock being owned by the men, and feed becoming very important, sometimes more valuable in terms of money than the grain, and all that kind of information was something that I thought maybe we could see a little bit more of. And then, of course, hoping there would be some level of cross-country coordination around cowpea, considering that, for example, IITA has had a big input into the regional programming for cowpea development in terms of breeding, IPM, integrated pest management. Ecrisite has been working on cowpea as a drought management or drought resilience crop with more than one country. So I was kind of hoping that we would see a lot of cross-country kind of information in terms of gender. But that being the case, we work with what we have. And if there are people in the audience that may know of existence of this kind of documentations, maybe we were limited by the English language, maybe these things exist in French, kindly feel free to share with us. And so the other question we are asking ourselves then is how we improve the implementation of GSC in the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research and Development, especially in West Africa. And as we have had our consultation meetings for the other regions, this has been more of a standardized slide that we present to say that we are very interested in focusing on the value chain as a basis of analysis, because there's a lot of involvement of women in especially the production node of the value chain. We would want to see a little bit more in the next nodes of the value chains going towards like trade and seed production and all that node where there is more income and there is more money and hopefully an opportunity for empowerment. And we would like to see if we can get a little bit more documentation in terms of not just the numbers of women that are reached or involved or focused on, but to move towards the next steps to see are there benefits of that engagement. Is that engagement resulting in empowerment? Is there transformation of social systems that leads to better outcomes for women? and any other social groups that are involved in cowpea production. And as we talk about women and other social groups, of course, we need a proper documentation of our diverse stakeholders. Do we know the numbers? Do we know the definitions? Do we know how important they are in the cowpea value chain? And do we have data and evidence that demonstrates that diversity among the stakeholders? We would want to see if it is possible to come up with the research and development concepts around GESI that are common across countries, across different programs. And out of this consultation, we are hoping that we could get like overarching questions that are related with the gender empowerment and social inclusion. And of course, thinking about what indicators would we be using to document our progress. In other programs, there's a lot of use of the WEA, the Women Empowerment in Agricultural Index, or its derivatives like the WELI, the WEFI, the WELIS, and also gender transformative approaches, and how that impacts on social norms and how that could be measured and presented. And so this is one conversation that maybe we'll continue to have in the lab to see what are those indicators we want to track and measure progress. And of course, the other area is capacity development for implementation of research on GESI, because we don't want to assume that programs are aware and have the capacity to implement GESI. We'd like to figure out, is there a need for capacity development? And if yes, how that would look like. And of course, monitoring plans as we go along, maybe as we select the projects that will be funded. I would like to see what would be our plans for the baselines and when do we do the next surveys? Is it at midline or is it the end line? And how do we document adaptive learning? Maybe by listening to the people stories and other qualitative ways of documenting. And we're also thinking of thinking about GESI progress marker that would be used as a management tool, but that is a conversation that we need to continue having. We're also looking at the potential key research focus going forward. And one of the focus would be, of course, in the diversity of our stakeholders, just figuring out like who are the stakeholders we'll be working with besides men and women. Are we talking about youth? Are we talking about young girls, the unwed girls in the system, or who exactly are we talking about? And gender transformative approaches that look at norms and hopefully also intra-household relations. Gender disaggregated data on the diverse groups in the value chains, that would be quite something that we are interested to see, because without good data, then you cannot have good analysis, you can't have good inferences. And looking at the value chain, as I have already talked about, from the point of production, maybe even before production, like from traits and varietal development to seed systems to production, all the way to marketing and consumption. And getting engaged equitably in the nodes beyond production in terms of markets, input markets, output markets, and maybe regional trades. And of course, thinking about metrics and indicators of progress within the program. The key strategies in promoting GESI in the initiative would include like mainstreaming from research concept development. By the time we make the call, making sure that we are clear about the expectations of GESI from the projects and programs. Taking advantage of our unique entry points with the multi-stakeholder programs, platforms, not programs, but platforms. This being an opportunity for interaction with the various stakeholders and giving them a voice and seeing progress. capacity building, advocacy on policy issues around GESI, and of course also budgeting, making sure that whatever prioritized gender issues or gender and social inclusion issues that are prioritized in a project are also funded for implementation. We are also very interested in the concept of socio-technical innovation bundling, where we take the technical issues and also the social issues and see how that moves things forward. And of course, adaptive impact assessment, where we go and learn as we go along and document the lessons. And this research is funded by the United States Agency for International Development as part of the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research. However, any shortcomings in the desk review that we have just presented are really those of the other that have contributed to this. And I would like to acknowledge very much the support that I have received from stakeholders in the cowpea value chain, even as we did the desk review. Thank you so much, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Esther. We have some questions in Q&A for you. Blessing has asked, please, are there any cowpea varieties released with improved culinary qualities and micronutrient content in West Africa? That's the first question from Blessing. Esther, do you have any response to this
You can hear me?
from Blessing?
So thank you so much for the questions that I see in the Q&A chat. The first question is if there are any cowpea varieties released with improved culinary qualities and micronutrient contents in West Africa. I do not have this information at the tips of my fingertips, but I would like to indulge the stakeholders that are here, the breeders, if they can share this information with us, those that are experienced from this region, and share if we do have culinary qualities as part of the traits and the preferences that have influenced the varietal releases in the region. So I would like to invite anybody who has that information to kindly share with us in the chat. And to what extent is the cowpea value chain in West Africa countries gender differentiated, especially in various stages? And one of the things that we see is that you will find in East Africa, in WCA, cowpea in some instances is considered a commercial crop, and it actually may be owned by the men when it is a commercial crop. But in the smallholder systems, it's also owned by the women. And in the men plots, you will find the women will give labor to the men plots. And so there's a lot of involvement of the women at the production node. I also am aware of some work on IPM that was putting women groups together to contribute to the integrated pest management and the distribution and the learnings around that. In terms of the processing and the marketing, I think that is usually like the men's domain, but if there is any other experience, kindly feel free to share with us in the chat. In terms of gender research, another area for critical consideration is income distribution and inequality across stages of the value chain based on gender. And I couldn't agree more. Indeed, using cowpea as a pathway for economic empowerment along the value chain is something that is quite interesting and very pertinent to consider. And it's an area that we would prioritize. And so even as we go into our group works to start discussing the priority areas, would suggest that we get that entered into like the Hansard, the conversation around the priority areas. Thank you so much.
There is one question from Johnson. Cowpea storage, pest and disease are the main challenge associated with limited supply of the year around in Liberia. Cowpea grows well in the northern parts the country. Women store seeds in airtight container for a short period of time. Are there plans in your program to prolong the shelf-life, enhance commercialization?
I can't see that question, but what I would say is maybe that is something that we can have as part of the group work conversations to see the potential of that as an issue. Because of course, the shelf life and the viability of the seeds is very important. And the processing of seed at the household level, the way women will be storing the seeds is also a very critical issue in the success of the value chain. So let's have that conversation in the group work.
Yes, he said, I agree with the analysis you make. Isn't necessary to work with men too? Men are part of the problem of gender inequality. We
Yes,
must work with them so that they are part of the solution.
completely agreed. Totally agreed. One of the things that we are having evidence from, I think some work in Burundi, is that engaging with men and boys as allies and facilitators of women empowerment somehow gives us a lot more result. And I wouldn't agree more. There is need for dialogue and conscientization of the issues of gender with men also. So I agree.
Okay, so let us now move to breakout room sessions. We now like to break out into a smaller group to continue this discussion with your input and insights. The breakout room will last 45 minutes, at which time we will all return to the main meeting room where we will hear a brief report out from each group. We have about 9 breakout rooms. We have 4 in English and 5 in French. So you may select your breakout room. In your breakout room, you will be asked to provide your input, insights on various. To select your breakout room, please click on the breakout room icon that will look like your small square on the bottom on your screen. Once you click on breakout room, you should see the room option. You may need to hover your mouse over the blue number to see the word join. If you are unable to join the breakout room icon, remain in this main room, you will be automatically assigned to a room. Please select your breakout room, your breakout group now. Okay, so we now have about 30 minutes to hear from the breakout rooms. I will call on each breakout room leaders to please provide a summary of no more than 4 minutes of the key highlights of the breakout rooms. We will start with the English group, English breakout room 1. Please share your key highlights.
Good day, everyone.
English group 1, yeah.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for this privilege. So I'm speaking on behalf of English Group 1. From the 2 parts of the breakout room questions, for the special skills or talents that women, youth, and marginalized groups may need, we identified We identify the need for access to land. Land ownership should be taken into consideration because we realize that land ownership is mainly possessed by the men as compared to the women. So land ownership should be taken into consideration. And then again, there is a need to look at the production aspects where there is a need for value addition to products and then to enhance marketing. For the marketing, we also concluded that it would attract the youth. That's why there is the need for marketing, value addition to enhance marketing. And for research issues, that must be looked at, we came across the need for capacity building. So research topics should look at capacity building. We should look at value addition. Research issues should also focus on mechanization. And then lastly, the need for other forms of planting. Other methods of planting. For the second part, which includes the seed systems and variety development. For the second part that looks at seed systems and variety development, we also concluded on the fact that planting, harvesting, and then winnowing is a problem, and therefore there should be enhanced or adequate access to machinery for women to help them. Again, we also looked at capacity building in this part, and for the obstacles that impede the cooperation.
I will welcome the second group.
Yes, I'm Eli Birachi from the lands of West and Siat, Barbara. So I took a few notes for group 2, that's Simon and Sheila's group. I was disrupted a bit twice with the internet also, but let me share what I have, they can complement. So first of all, we looked at what prevents women and youth from contributing to the value chain and how we can integrate their skills. So first, we noted that women and youth play a very key role. They can play key roles such as community seed producers, especially focusing on QDS. So basically, they have the passion and the interest to contribute to these value chains. However, they need capacity enhancement for them to be able to play this role of even producing, let's say, quality declared seed as they evolve to seed companies. And they need also resources to cover some of the costs that are needed. And they also need technical backstopping, extension, and others. So where should then research focus on this issue of gender inclusion? So one area that came up is how to integrate appropriate mechanization to support both women and youth, and to sustain their interest in these value chains. But also another area that came up was the kinds of value addition that need to be made to increase, especially products that are processed based on these pulses, because these are quite low. So there is research needed there to ensure that more products and value addition takes place. Next, we went to seed systems. And the issues that we looked at was what is preventing the seed system from supplying quality seeds. So we saw a few items here. One item was on seed certification. It's a challenge in many of the countries. So mostly then the process is very, very difficult for most of those that are venturing in the process. But we also see the need for traceability because the issues of counterfeits are also common. So traceability is an issue that needs to be focused on. But also, we also saw that mechanization, automation, they are quite low in the processes. So, involved in seed production and supply, it's highly manual. And this is a big challenge, whether it's private companies or government, that's a challenge. So what would interest seed companies to invest in seed businesses? So a few items came up. One, increase the adoption rate among farmers. So as seed companies see high adoptions, they would then invest more. Policies and rules by the government sometimes are difficult, so these need to be Possibly they need to be enhanced. Some of these government units that are involved are under-resourced. They don't have enough resources to sustain the supply of, for example, EGS under their mandates. There's also need for partnerships with farmers, communities, and so on, and also involving farmers in the demonstrations and awareness building. Finally, we had a look at the issue of partnerships in improving seed systems. Some of the major challenges, one, include funding. That's a problem there's lack of funding. Secondly, sometimes the objectives may not be clear. They could be personal interest, lack of coordination or commitment. Trust is sometimes an issue that needs to be worked on. So these are very key, but very important for the building the partnerships. I think that's where I was disrupted with the power. Possibly Simon and Tim may pick up from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you captured most of the reflections from this visit. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Simon and Luiz. So we now hear from the English breakout room 3. You're welcome.
Which group is that, Symphorium?
English room 3.
Is that Rachel's group?
English breakout room 3, number 3.
Yes, I think that's us. So let me give a summary of our discussion. Rachel was our leader, and I took notes. So in terms of special skills or talents, in Liberia, at least, women are working in the area of storage, and there's a lot of need for capacity building in that area, lots of opportunities, however, as well. Women also have the ability to contribute labor and machinery because it is unavailable or limited. Women are also very much involved in food preparation, and there are opportunities there. And women also are very much involved in the seed sorting and cleaning, seed and grain sorting and cleaning at harvest. So those are also additional opportunities. Women, of course, are very important in creating food for their families and also for society as a whole. There's lots of opportunities in the area of food preparation. Women generally do the cooking in the household, so integrating into the research issues such as shorter cooking times and taste. It's essential to get women involved in the breeding process to make sure that what is bred and what eventually is released is something that meets the needs and the needs of their families, also in terms of nutrition. There's also in Liberia, I think it was, a special fermented legume condiment, which is an area where there's a lot of need yet and a lot of opportunity, and women could definitely get involved there. Women, once again, can be used in sensory analysis. They are the beneficiaries of most of the products that come out of legume processing, so having them be involved in those areas is important as well. The current gaps that could be met, there are gaps in marketing, bringing, that is, grain and processed foods to market. Also, there are opportunities in production. There is a shortage of labor in many areas, especially among youth. Youth are shifting to other jobs, including things like motorcycle taxi. They prefer to be in those types of occupations than in agriculture, but there are lots of opportunities in the legume value chains for them to return and to be able to prosper in that sector. There's a big need for last mile delivery of technologies. Farmers often don't have access to these products, so having someone like a youth, for example, who has access to transportation would make it possible for them to turn that need for last mile delivery into entrepreneurial businesses. There is a need, however, to incentivize, and part of that means making available funding, financing, and capital so that women and youth can start these businesses and take advantage of these opportunities. Let's see here. Training programs also are needed to enhance the skills in these areas, especially in the value-added areas. And also there's research that will need to be done to determine where the knowledge gaps currently are. And let's see. Yeah, consumer research is needed as well. In order to understand how to respond to the consumer demand. There needs to be research on climate smart agriculture and also the opportunities that might present for women and youth. New varieties that with quicker cooking times and better taste should be part of the research agenda. And then also there needs to be research on the household, the division of duties in the household, and what activities compete for women's time, where there could be potential relief from some of these other duties so that women can devote themselves to entrepreneurship in the agricultural sector. So I think I'll leave it there. And if there's anyone from our group who feels that I missed anything, feel free to add it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. John, for your clear detailed reports. We will now hear from the English group number 4. Group number 4, English group number 4.
Is that our group? I don't know. Is
Yes,
that this one?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, great. So my name is Usman Bukar. I'm a coffee breeder at IHA, as I introduced myself, and I was given the task to report here, and thanks for Janet for making the notes. So the first group of questions that we have addressed on gender equity and social inclusion, the question of what special skills or talent might women, youth, and marginalized group possess that are currently not being exploited in the legume value chain. We found out that youth skill with the technology basically are not being captured, are not really being utilized in the value chain. Marginalized group also have some knowledge on the varieties particularly the women have a lot of knowledge on the varieties that are being produced, but are underutilized and that need to be captured. Women also are participating, more involved in the commercialization and the processing activities. And by doing that, they possess a lot of knowledge that need to be captured, both to help the breeders to develop key varieties that are needed, or to help, for example, a variety that cook quickly, or that easy to dehull, and other activities, the other threats that can be captured from those women involved in those value chains. We found also that special skill also are like the youth particularly, and women also have a skill in entrepreneurial skill that are not captured. They are most of them are really, those group are really struggling and resilience in developing way of life, and this should be captured and help in the development of the activities. So in terms of how might better integrating women, youth, and marginalized group to meet with some of the labor shortage. Here, labor is mostly, we ask ourselves first that whether it's really there is a shortage of labor, but we found out that yes, that is correct, because most of the activities are, the farm activities are being implemented at different level across different crop. The farmers are growing different crop, and they might be in a situation that several of those crops need intervention. And this is a mark of the labor assessment or allocation of labor is a problem here in that activities. And in that process, technology can make, for example, you've been more engaged in those farm activities or any other step in the legume value chain activity that are there. If these are have a key new technology or modern technology available, like mechanization or some tools are available, can help also the people to really to reduce that gap into the labor allocations. Then for the question about what research will help us solve those issues, we think that it's critical to understand the barriers and challenges will keep us help create policies that will benefit those groups if we understand better those barriers and challenges. And also there is need also to study on how the traditions affect the working style, mostly to use this knowledge about the tradition working style as a baseline and to know how to try to see how we can improve this. And also in terms of understanding of how to promote the processing and entrepreneurial activity to leverage skill set. That is also one studies or research area that can help also to address those issues that we have identified. So in terms of, I think the other aspect is mostly on the seed system. We tried to cover the first question that what are the obstacles embedded between the cooperations between public and private sectors. Thus, we thought that intellectual property right is something that can be considered here as obstacles. Variety registration, as other groups have pointed out, biosafety regulation and policy environment. Those are the key things that really we think that need to be addressed here. In terms of do we have a variety that respond to the market and the farmers' need? We think that we have about, we estimated it at about 40% of the need are really covered. A lot need to be done, but with the new development of taking into considerations market segment and things that have been developed, those are being filled. We are trying to fill the gap. But for now, we are trying to find the way to that. And I think the last question is really to address is to see that do the variety that respond. I think that is the one that I noticed. I think is so how we stop at that point. I think I don't know whether I missed something that my group might want to add. They are welcome to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Usman, for your clear presentation. We now hear from the French group. So I would like to remind the participants that they can select the language of preferences. So we now hear from the French group number 1. Please lead us from French group number 1.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Moi, c'est Adam.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Adama 5, and I am the one representing the first group. Now, on the first question, and this was on how to assist women. There's already the local and traditional knowledge, but this is not very well exploited. And so we need to capitalize the knowledge of these women, and on the basis of this knowledge, make their work more efficient. So this is one aspect. And we also noticed that there's the issue of conservation and preservation of seed, which is also an availability of seeds, which is also important. So we need to look at what the women do in that area, but also looking at the value chain, especially when it comes to processing of produce. We need to facilitate the processing so that these women can do it better, but also ensure that they have the funding to do it. And when they go to the market as well, the marketing of these products or produce, how are they able to sell the produce, but also ensure that the packaging or the presentation of the produce is better to increase their price points. And then in the market, how can the woman process the produce, the raw material, and also in order to have a better, a more finished product? So we know that women have a lot of skills. They manage a lot of aspects in the value chain, and the nutritional aspect of the integration of the produce is also an area which is dominated by women. So how, when it comes to the distribution of these produce, they are often marginalized. But also when it comes to production of organic products, we also have to support the woman. We didn't have enough time to respond to the other questions because we spent all our time on this. I think maybe the other groups might do so. Thank you. Thank you, Adama. We will continue.
For your clear presentation. Now we move to the next French breakout room, group number 2. Please, floor is yours.
Voilà, merci. C'est Moussa Djangar, Isra Sénéra de Bombay. Donc, sur les questions en relation avec les compétences ou talents particuliers que les femmes et les jeunes et les groupes marginalisés peuvent posséder et qui ne sont pas mobilisés dans le cadre de nos programmes. Donc, c'est surtout les compétences en sciences, en mobilisation pour le suivi et la récolte des parcelles de culture, en transformation et en commercialisation. Donc, nous avons
What are their skills and how can we help the women in terms of skills building, and how can they be better mobilized in teams? And then in terms of the capital, the deficits in terms of human capital, we had fewer representation of women, fewer women participate in programs, training programs, or capacity building programs. Although it is women who are more involved in the value chain system. So how do we ensure that the teams, the research teams, and those working on research, on technology and technological advancements also gets the women involved, go down to the grassroots? So how do we integrate them in their programs? And this is something that we need to take into consideration. And also, to address the current gaps, I think that it will be necessary for us to identify the problems and have some orientation session. The recruitment can be done with partners such as the universities, the private sector, the farmers, and others who know what is needed. And then in the social sciences, it's very important indeed for us to ensure that there's research done to increase productivity. And then also on the development of varieties and development of quality seeds. There's more work to be done. So this is what we discussed in our group. We have to make sure that the seeds are quality seeds. Unfortunately, most of the time, the quality of these seeds are compromised. So, and this is because the production of seeds is based largely on the informal sector. And if we look at the quantities needed, how can we make sure that we have quality seeds produced for the farmers all around? And then also the lack of finances. In fact, it is inexistent. We don't have enough varieties as well. The producers or the growers are not able to take up these new varieties that are developed. So we also need to ensure that there's a commercialization model on the private market. And this would help ensure that we have we produce more seeds, more quality seeds, and we can ensure that we have a good supply of varieties on the market. So if we want to invest, then we have to make sure that it's sustainable. And this is a project that can last at least 5 years. So these are some of the ways we can contribute. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Moussa.
Thank you, Dr. Moussa.
We are going to hear from breakout room number 3. Please, leader, you are welcome. You have 3 minutes maximum to provide your key highlights.
Bonjour, vous parlez du groupe dirigé par, présidé par Dr. Tamo.
So this is the group led by Dr. Tamaron.
Je vais vous présenter la synthèse des échanges.
I have the honor of presenting what took place. So on the first question, that is, what are the skills or specific talents? We found that the women are very active in production and they are great at acquiring and adopting technologies, especially in the processing aspect. So when it comes to the deficit of human capital, we found that there's an equilibrium in all the value chain. There's an absence of learned women or schooled, educated women, and a weak integration of youth. And instead of recruiting actual degree holders, we only have interns, and these interns are not able to stay on as needed. Their contract is rather kept at internship level instead of promoting them or moving them to full-time workers. Now, what research can we have to help resolve these problems? Integration of youth and women at all the levels of the value chain system, skills building for youth on digitalization, encouraging the governments to encouraging entrepreneurship from the government level, and then also developing projects that is encouraging you to develop projects, and then increasing or building the adoption of technologies using communication tools, and then updating new technologies. And when we talk about the quality of seeds, we do have a lot of work to do in improving the quality of seeds. It doesn't encourage growers to uptake these new varieties. Instead, they try and just produce their own seed. And then there's a poor control of quality. And this is really because there's a great system, informal system in place. The certification of varieties is slow, and the tool used is not efficient enough. And then there's a shortage in quality and quantity. The seed companies are also not able to produce in high quantities. So their capacity level is low. Is there a commercial model for the private sector which is profitable? That could be, but we have to ensure that research is done so that we can have the production of enough seeds. And then we also have to take into consideration the fact that the enterprises or the companies cannot do everything and must not do everything. This model also has to take into consideration the country context, the needs, and then the capacity, the buying capacity of growers. Now, in terms of challenges, we came out with some points. Communication is inefficient, and so all the actors must ensure that they go through some training and they are informed of everything from the beginning to the end of the process. And then also policies, and when it comes to collaboration, we need to have authentic collaboration so that we can overcome the obstacles we face. Are there varieties which respond to the market needs and growers' needs? Yes, there are some varieties which respond to their needs, but we also realize that there are some new varieties which are known because the distribution or the market is new varieties been low and slow. So there is the system, the extension system of the country, which is not as effective as it should be in making these new varieties known. That's what I have to share. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Group number 4. Please, the leader, the floor is yours. Group number 4.
Merci, Emporien, pour la parole. C'est moi qui présente pour le groupe, ou bien, groupe, c'est moi, en français. Donc, oui, au niveau des questions liées à
I
l'égalité.
am representing the group. The group, first of all, discovered that when it comes to the youth, we need to concentrate more on them. And it seems like there's no longer work for them. I think an Anglophone group had already brought that out, that there are youth that need to be trained and can be involved in the agricultural system. But when it comes to women, the women are also trained when it comes to processing of their produce. For example, flour and other things that are made with cowpea. This is something that is undertaken by women. If these products are readily available on the market, that is the other things that you need for the processing of the raw materials, then I think more and more people will get involved in this. And then also with research, we've been asked to ensure that more and more women and youth are involved in the training of the technologies so that we have agricultural mechanization more and more. And then also in the value chain, it's important for us to mobilize the farmers and the growers and also invest in the mechanization of agriculture. Now, in order to resolve these problems, as researchers, we need to, first of all, take into consideration the actors in West Africa, for instance. There are people who were displaced because of insecurity, and this made it difficult for them to participate in training programs. And so I think that we have to train people, especially on the various parts of the value chain. And then also the growers mentioned that quality seeds are not in constant supply. From one country to another, it might not be done in the same way, but we all agreed that the supply is inadequate. And so from production to supply, there's really a huge deficit when it comes to the demand and supply. And for this reason, we need to ensure that right from the beginning, there is some amount of planning done. And then when it comes to certification and then also the monitoring, we can certify the seeds, and there are some seeds which are not certified and others which are. We need to encourage that more of the certified seeds are sold. And then also we need to ensure and encourage that the people do more communication on the certification process. And then some countries have been able to implement the policy. Some are far more advanced in the process. The informal sector is the main sector when it comes to supply of seeds. But perhaps what we can do is, in order to ensure that there's enough seeds for everyone and that the various varieties are available, that could help resolve that problem of seed quality. And then when it comes to research, one of the points, in fact, the only points we were able to bring up, because we didn't have too much in enough time to speak more, is that the needs change. The needs change. And so depending on the type of use for the varieties, it's not really an issue of lack of varieties, but the fact that the new varieties which respond to the needs are not well known. And then also the challenges, we also don't just have to talk about the consumers and the producers, but also about financing or funding. If there are some areas in West Africa that need research, and we have to ensure that there's enough funding for research institutions. I think that if there are, I think there are others who would also add on to this discussion, and we will continue all through this meeting. Thank you.
And we now hear from the last group number 5. Please, leaders, you can share your key highlights in 3 minutes. Thank you. Number 5.
Yeah,
Group 5.
Boutari, vous faites ça ou quoi? Boutari?
From the notes,
Boutari.
Pardon?
You're the one who take notes, Symphorien.
Je facilite, c'est bon, donc je vais essayer de voir. OK. Bon, donc, je vais essayer de vous restituer les discussions du
I
groupe.
would like to share with you what we discussed in group 5 in 3 minutes.
Donc, je vais aller vite. Bon, sur la première question, ce qu'on a identifié des
On the
capacités,
first question,
que ce soit chez les femmes
what we
et
identified
les
as
capacités
a capacity
à entreprendre.
is the
Donc,
entrepreneurial
ça se voit
capacity
surtout pour les femmes
or
dans l'aspect
entrepreneurial skills.
commercialisation des produits et également dans la transformation, parce que
And
c'est
then
des unités de
we
transformation
found
qui
that
sont
when it comes to processing
gérées par
and
des femmes.
the
Et
distribution or
chez les
marketing
hommes,
side,
ce
a
qui
lot
peut
of women
mentionner
are
au niveau de la
involved.
capacité d'entreprendre,
And
c'est
for the youth,
dans les entreprises semencières. Et là également, il y a
they
des
are
jeunes en
usually
train de
involved
s'installer
in
dans la production
setting
des
up
semences
seed companies.
des
So the
légumineuses.
production of seeds
Et pour cela,
is
ils
one
demandent
of
à
those
ce qu'ils
areas
rejoignent
where
ou
you would
suivent
find a
des
lot of youth.
formations sur
And then for
aspects, que ce soit
training,
le marché régional, le flux de niébé sur le marché régional.
I think that's
Donc
the
le
supply
modélisation
of
aussi
cowpea
s'intégrer
in
dans le
the
marché régional,
regional
c'est ce qu'on a
market
mentionné. Et
is
ensuite,
one
on
thing
a
that we
les
mentioned.
variétés qui est
And then
mentionné
also the
également.
knowledge
Et
of
beaucoup
varieties.
mentionné la
And
mécanisation des
one
produits,
thing
des
that
produits
was
élevés
mentioned
davantage
over and over
aussi
was agricultural mechanization.
entrepreneurs. Donc ça a été vraiment mentionné et à plusieurs
So
reprises.
that was definitely one point that came out strongly.
Également, bon, dans la transformation également, il est mentionné
Also, when it
certaines
comes to
nécessités.
processing,
Ça faciliter la
we realized
commercialisation,
that
la communication pour
the communication
peut-être que les gens
and
savent les
the
prix à
on the
commercialiser,
business
comment se
side
présente le marché,
or in
etc.
terms of
C'est toutes des
trade,
choses qui ont été mentionnées. Et également le besoin de nouveaux produits. Et
and
ça,
the
ces
need
objectifs
for
aussi
new
vont se
product.
retrouver
These
dans
were
le
some of
besoin
the
de
things that
recherche,
were mentioned,
que ce soit en termes de
and some areas
connaissance
where if we had more
des flux
research,
transfrontaliers de produits, que ce soit sur la
it would
mécanisation
help in
pour
the
nous aider
cross-border
à avoir de nouveaux produits, et
commercialization of
aussi en savoir
produce.
davantage sur les pertes de rendement, le mentionner ici dû
And then
à
also
au changement
post-harvest
climatique. Et
losses.
tout ça peut être intégré dans ce qui a été mentionné, c'est-à-dire de faire
All of these
le
things are
délier
things that
sur la chaîne de valeur.
can
Comprendre
be
également
integrated,
les différentes maillons
especially when it comes
et
to
voir les
the
responsabilités
value
de chaque
chain.
groupe dans ce maillon. Et là, ça faciliterait les
It would
différentes
be easy
interventions
or
que l'on
good
puisse
to
réaliser.
ensure that these
Et c'est en gros
interventions
ce
are
qui a
done
été mentionné
with the
dans le cadre du.
cooperatives.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Dr. Cissé,
Thank you, Dr. Cisse.
thank you so much for your clear presentation. With that, we have concluded the blackout reporting back to the plenary. Please, you need to share those reports with De Jong. And thank you all for participating now. We have 30 minutes of lunch break. You return back by 1:36 p.m. GMT. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The main objective of this convening is to hear from you. Please use the chat to provide your inputs in the current gaps in the legume value chains and the research priorities that could address those gaps. If you are joining us, today's workshop is conducted in English and with simultaneous French translation. In your meeting, control, click interpretation, click the language that you would like to hear. If you are having difficulties hearing the translators, consider clicking mute original audio. If you are connecting via your phone, in your meeting control, tap three dots, tap language interpretation, tap the language you want to hear. At this time, we will now hear from Dr. Elid Birashi on multi-stakeholder platform. Elid is a project leader at the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SEAT, working in Africa as a market economist, market value chain specialist for Africa under the Pan-African Beans Research Alliance, PABRA. Recent work focuses on agricultural commercialization as a climate smart and enterprise accelerator for SMEs, multi-stakeholder platforms, and process gender employment and rural employment in agricultural dependent system. Alliance of Biodiversity International and SEAT leads the multi-stakeholder activities for the Legume System Innovation Lab. We will now hear from Dr. Elid Birashi. Please, Elid, the floor is yours.
Sharing with you about this topic on multi-stakeholder platforms for transforming commodity corridors and value chains. The presentation will come in 3 parts. First, we look at challenges that face smallholder farmers. Next, we look at the link between commodity corridors and the role of multi-stakeholder platforms. And thirdly, we will provide a few examples on how multi-stakeholder platforms have been used. Many challenges face smallholder farmers, including low incomes, inappropriate technologies, challenges in the input, output, credit markets, poor information flows, among others. They also face fragmented knowledge, which makes it difficult for them to reduce the costs that they face in their operations. But there are also institutional constraints. These challenges bring about gaps in the supply and demand of grain legumes. The gaps can be captured in different ways. For example, the varieties that are demanded may not be the varieties that are actually produced, or the seed qualities that is needed may not be what is available, or the grain that the market demands, the grain types and quality may not be what is actually supplied. To be able to address these issues, there is need to have a simultaneous approach in such a way that the challenges that face these farmers are addressed in a batch or in a simultaneous way rather than one by one. And this is where the multi-stakeholder platforms come in to play a role. So what is this commodity corridor approach? The commodity corridor approach is an approach that helps create a link between the consumption of a commodity and the production. So we depict the commodity corridor into 3 main hubs: the production hub, the distribution hub, and the consumption hub, where the consumption hub is the main driver that provides the signals to the other upstream hubs, such as distribution and production hubs. But there are also, of course, other aspects that cut across these hubs, as indicated here: policy, gender, nutrition, ICT. Let us expand this commodity corridor model a bit further. At the bottom is the market pool, which is really the driver of all the activities that take place in a particular commodity corridor or even value chain. The last row provides the incentives, the demands that are necessary for both seed and grains to be produced efficiently. But the products that are needed by the market are in the second row from the bottom. This is what the market is looking for. However, to be able to achieve this linkage between production and consumption, there must be actors. The actors are highlighted in the yellow or in the middle, or in the second row from the top, which is highlighted in yellow. These are the different actors that are necessary to impact on the flow or movement of this commodity. It is these actors that come into play when we are talking about the multi-stakeholder platform, as we're going to see shortly. So, for the multi-stakeholder platform, there has to be different stakeholders. And they have to be different. That's why they are stakeholders. So we have stakeholder groups such as farmers, seed suppliers, research and extension, traders, processors, exporters, transporters, finance service providers, name them all. These are necessary actors that need to be on a multi-stakeholder platform. We can also look at the multi-stakeholder platform based on the work that is currently going on under the CG. Multi-stakeholder platforms have been deployed as an avenue to drive private sector demand. That is to improve the seed systems. So the private sector and the market side of it are critical in this whole process. So the market provides the necessary information and signals, which is captured by the market intelligence. And this information is made available to different actors, such as the seed producers and even the off-takers, based on their different needs. The partnership that brings these actors together then comes into play. And this is where the multi-stakeholder platform comes in to link these different actors. And of course, ensuring that there is alignment from the technologies that are generated, for example, breeding, to the needs of the stakeholder. So the pool is very key in this case, which is the market pool, plays a significant role. Market-centered or demand-led systems have been utilized in different areas of Africa, giving one example of cowpeas in Nigeria, which is illustrated here in the diagram. Different off-takers have been very key in driving the utilization or the use of improved seeds in order to produce grain that are demanded by these off-takers or the markets. The need for improved seed has made or has caused farmers also to demand varieties from the national systems that are responsible for these seed supplies. But we also have other examples in Tanzania where we are testing the demand-led and trader-centered bean seed systems on groundnuts and sorghum, besides beans or common beans. But there have also been other efforts that are going on under the research or the Legume Systems Innovation Lab. For example, in the Southern Africa, we've had successful cases for beans, bean seed systems, in addition to, of course, beans in Central America and even lentils in Nepal. Through multi-stakeholder platforms, breeders are able to secure direct connections or linkages to consumption end of their technologies. Seed systems become more demand-driven. Farmers become more self-organizing and able to reduce risks, and traders receive more and higher quality grain. And of course, consumers are able to access higher quality and at lower prices. So the multi-stakeholder platform then can be a tool that can facilitate these different linkages, and even in such a way that the actors have an easier means or an easy platform that they can address their issues, their challenges, and take advantage of the opportunities that are available. So whenever multi-stakeholder platforms are being implemented, we expect several changes to occur. And this will be, of course, at different levels. For example, we expect individuals to gain new skills, different types of skills, for example, even conflict resolution. We expect institutional changes, for example, market arrangements, new contracting arrangements, and even new technologies that are available to be utilized. But we can also have institutional or networking changes that will be necessary. For example, to introduce new varieties, there are many networks or actors that will need to be involved. And even on the products and public goods, we expect faster product and enterprise development to take place. Let us now look at some practical examples of how the multi-stakeholder platforms are being utilized. And we're beginning with the Tanzania case. This is a case for beans. There are different types of beans, different market classes that are demanded by different off-takers. As we can see, each off-taker has defined quantities of beans they need and of very specific types. And these beans are produced by specific farmers that are in a specific location within the country. So for this case, we are already seeing 5 platforms that are driven by different off-takers for different bean types and in different locations. A second example here is based on a case from Rwanda, where on this platform, the off-taker, which is Aggregator Trust, has about 20,000 farmers that are producing grain for her. But in order to produce this grain, the company requires quality seed. So the company links up with a seed supplier who is able to provide this quality seed to the farmers through the off-taker. And these different actors are supported by both research and extension in order to increase their efficiency. And the off-taker, of course, is able to supply the grain to a processor who manufactures products for consumers. Another example from Malawi tested the influence or the role a multi-stakeholder platform can play in transforming seed systems in order to respond to a variety demand for beans in Malawi. So it tested 3 hypotheses. The first one was on MSPs increasing investments in seed supply, certified seed supply. The other one was on MSPs increasing certified seed purchase or demand by farmers. And the third one, MSPs increasing awareness and accelerating uptake of new market demanded varieties. So these have been tested in the country, and the results are all positive, showing that the multi-stakeholder platform can be very key in accelerating investments, demand, and even uptake of new varieties. Our final example is from Nepal, where the Nepal lending sector has been facing different challenges. Mainly, the volume that is produced locally has been declining, but the imports have been increasing. So the local lending subsector has been facing declines in production, and therefore the multi-stakeholder platform was one of the interventions proposed to try and reduce or change the situation. So 3 provincial level platforms were established, and these are being now deployed to try to impact on the lentil subsector. We appreciate the support from the USAID under the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research. This support has been highly appreciated, and we are grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Eliud. We now hear from Dr. Joseph Wissin on the product's life cycle and I-to-I platform. Joe is an independent consulting science advisor, educator, and project manager who work with a wide array of regulatory public and private sector scientists and policymakers to develop farming solutions for low research farmers globally. He has worked at USAID in the private sector and was also director of science projects management and the leadership program at Webster University. Currently, he supports projects with the Legume Systems Innovation Lab, headquartered at Michigan State University, and other entities. Please, Dr. Joe, you are welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Husing, and I'm going to talk to you for the next 10 minutes or so about the product lifecycle framework and the I-to-I platform. What is a product life cycle? A product life cycle is the time frame from the product profile. This is sometimes called a TPP, but it's just product sector description for idea, product introduction, product removed or replaced from the market. Importantly, end product, as a matter of fact, plan idea, a device, a tool, a policy, whatever can be managed using a PLC framework. The PLC is broken down into stages. The PLC is used to stage where a product or project is or will be in time. And this is very similar to a stage gate process that many of you are familiar with. The stages are important because they allow easy planning, tracking, and discussion of product development. Why is AID using a PLC approach to projects? Well, the reason is USAID has spent billions of dollars in investments, and few innovations that we all work so hard on are actually scaled and adopted by target groups. And they would like to change that. They would like to have a goal to significantly increase the number and scale of innovations that reach stakeholders. The PLC was picked because it's widely used by the private sector to design and manage projects and has a long history of success. USAID will use the I-to-I innovation to impact platform at the University of Illinois for tracking the PLC of projects. So remember, PLC as a framework and I-to-I as a platform. Why is there a PLC framework and an I-to-I platform? Well, I-to-I was developed first. It's actually still under development, but it's in use as a platform. And then the PLC framework was added later. They should align though in the end, and I'll show you how that works in just a moment. This figure shows the product lifecycle framework that USAID is using. And you'll notice that there are here 11 different stages. There's nothing magical about the number of stages. You may have less stages if you have less information or you want to have a more succinct presentation, and you may have more stages if you have situations where you have more detail. So I'm showing here 1 through 11 stages, and below that you can see are the outcomes that are to be achieved at each of those stages. So for example, at stage 1, product profile, where the target product profile, the TPP is developed, is based on market research and segmentation. And the multi-stakeholder platform that Ilya just showed you just a little while ago is very useful for helping to develop a profile. Once the profile is developed, the discovery stage, stage 2 then kicks in, where you identify all the different components that will go into that product. Some of these may have to be discovered. Some of the components may already be in existence. Stage 3, 4, and 5, proof of concept, validation, and selection, is largely associated with developing prototypes, trialing them, testing them, demonstrating, weeding out, finding the one product or two that you're actually going to move forward to commercial release. Many products at stage 6 have a requirement for some kind of regulatory approval. So for example, varietal release is an example of that. Foods may require some kind of food safety registration before they can move forward to stage 7, a commercial introduction stage. And this is where the forces are brought together, usually with the private sector that can incentivize and be involved in widespread adoption of the technology. Stage 8 is then what we would typically call scaling. That's the growth stage where your product starts to reach many, many people, many different stakeholders. But all products go through a point where they reach maturity and then start into decline. And then finally, in the private sector, are phased out. So what the product lifecycle framework does, it not only allows you to develop the roadmap for your product, but also to think about when you need to start on the next product, anticipating stage 9, 10, and 11. What I want to do now is show how the I2I stations will align to the PLC framework. So remember, it's a platform. I2I is a platform. PLC is a framework. And across the top here, I have in blue are the I2I stations, as they're called, within that learning platform. And then below the I2I stations, I have that same map that I just showed you in the figure earlier of the stage 1 through 11 of the PLC stages and their expected outcomes. I'm only showing stage 1 through 7 aligning here with I2I at the moment because that's where the platform is in development. But as you can see, the idea here is to have an alignment between the framework and the platform. And what the platform will do for you is help you think through what pieces you need to make this project successful and commercializable, and what pieces are missing, and ultimately help you write something like a business plan that will describe your particular product and how you envision it being developed, commercialized, and scaled. Okay, so in summary, we discussed and defined the product lifecycle and its role in project design and implementation. We also discussed why USAID is using a PLC approach and what it hopes to achieve. And we showed that the PLC is a framework for product design, development, and scaling. And finally, that the PLC framework will use the I2I platform to help develop and manage the product development. Lastly, and I think this is very important, any product, it doesn't matter if it's a concept, it doesn't matter if it's some kind of policy that you're working on, a plant variety, or some kind of tool, all of those can be implemented within a PLC framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey, for your presentation. We will now move on to our third out of 4 TLT presentation. Please remember the main objective of this convening is to hear from you. Please use the chat to provide your inputs into the current gap in the legume value chain and research priorities that could address those gaps. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Timothy Siblets. Timothy is a social ecological researcher with over a decade of experience in international agricultural development. He has consulted for several US federal agencies, including the Department of Interior, conducting mediated modeling workshop to develop simulators that inform stakeholders' decisions regarding legume and bioenergy management. resilience and climate change leads for legumes at University. We will now hear from Timothy Silvers. Please, Timmy, you are welcome.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining this presentation. It's a pleasure to have scientists, researchers, and practitioners from all across the globe to attend and support Legume Systems innovation and research. Once again, my name is Timothy Silbert. Let's move on to slide 2. Today, we will explore the intricate tapestry of legume systems across West Africa, from the breeding labs that develop climate-resilient varieties to the farmers and cropping systems that cultivate them. I will present the vulnerabilities that climate change has exacerbated and discuss how we can enhance our responsiveness to these growing threats. As we proceed, I will illuminate some trends and highlight their development based on interactions between the West African legume supply chain and climate change, identifying potential leverage points for systems-wide impact. So my goal for you today is not to just understand the current state of legume systems across several countries, but to indicate possible opportunities to conduct research, develop innovations, and apply those innovations to these leverage points. Just to give you an overview, the topics we will cover today include an introduction that sets the stage for the discussion on the impact of climate change across Western Africa, particularly Nigeria, Niger, Senegal, Benin, Burkina Faso, Liberia, Mali, and Ghana. The background section is dedicated to defining legume systems into different segments and examining the vulnerability in contrast to their readiness to extreme weather events. This foundational knowledge is crucial for understanding the subsequent parts of this presentation, which delve into the systematic analysis needed to identify specific vulnerabilities within different segments and specific regions. The results section highlights a brief overview of the climate-smart varieties each country has developed in recent years and the vulnerabilities of those systems to deliver and cultivate them. Finally, in the discussion section, I call upon you and the wider legume community to investigate gaps in my findings as well as possible areas to innovate solutions. Before I jump into the presentation, I'd like you to respond to this poll. So here, on this slide, I'll give you 10 seconds to respond. Which one of these statements pertaining to climate change do you believe is accurate about the region we're talking about today? Is it A, average temperatures are expected to increase by 2.7 Celsius by 2050? Is it B, while average precipitation will likely increase across Eastern Africa, it's actually expected to decrease in the next decade for Western Africa? Is it C, uncertainty in predicting rainfall will increase by over 20%? Or is it D, all statements are correct? And let's see the results. If you answered D, you're correct. As we turn into this next slide, here are the issues climate change has raised for legume systems. But just so we have a shared definition for today, climate change is characterized by increasing temperatures, drying conditions, and more frequent extreme weather events, all of which have led to changes in land and water resources, as well as alterations in agricultural production conditions for legumes. In examining the challenge posed by climate change in West Africa, several critical factors have emerged in the past several years. First, rising temperatures are projected to escalate significantly over the coming decades, with estimates indicating a potential increase of 1.7 Celsius by 2030, 2.7 by 2050, and a staggering 4.5 Celsius by 2080. This shift threatens to diminish the suitable cultivation areas for common beans by as much as 30 to 50%. Secondly, alterations in precipitation patterns will be large, with forecasts suggesting a decrease in annual rainfall across various regions of Western Africa. Such changes will notably impact crops like cowpea, which currently span approximately 12.5 million hectares. Moreover, the uncertainty surrounding precipitation becomes increasingly pronounced, with projected and widening range of variability, making it challenging for farmers to effectively plan sowing schedules. Now, it's not all bad news. In navigating these challenges, the regions that we discussed today have developed climate-smart legume varieties to ensure sustained yield despite the shifting environmental conditions. West Africa plays a pivotal role in global cowpea production, contributing over 80% to the continent's yield. It is clear that they have taken advantage of the rich genetic diversity that has been developed in the region. Initiatives such as GRC at IITA headquarters are pivotal. The GRC hosts the world's largest collection of cowpea, Bambara groundnut, and African yam bean, providing a robust foundation for breeding programs aimed at developing resilience. So as we move forward, I'll present a systematic analysis of legume seed system to identify vulnerable segments within specific regions. But what I want you to think about specifically today and in this presentation is the targeted interventions that can be developed from research to address these vulnerable segments and echo impact across the entire system. Okay, let's jump into the background section. Now, slide 8. When you think of a legume system as a series of segments from a breeder to the off-taker, how many segments do you generally include? 3, 4, 5, or more than 5? Let's wait 10 seconds here for you to respond. I just want to gauge what you're thinking today because there's a lot of debate in the literature about this number. And let's see the results. There is no right answer to this, but today I'm going to discuss 7. So I have a definition of climate change on the slide as a reminder, even though
J'ai une définition du changement climatique que nous allons utiliser. Lorsque nous parlons de conditions extrêmes, ça, c'est un point de vulnérabilité. C'est-à-dire la mesure dans laquelle les victimes sont à même de s'adapter au changement climatique.
Considered as the extent of a population of actors and their related institutions can adapt and respond to these changing events. Since each segment is different, the readiness is measured differently. As we move into slide 9, I want to explain these 7 segments we consider. I've listed their definitions, just so we have a shared understanding of which operation I'm referring to in each segment. But let's get into how their readiness is described in the literature. First, breeding centers. Their readiness can be measured by the response time to develop specific varieties that respond to climatic events and market demand. Second, production multiplication operations. Their performance can be measured by evaluating the availability and accessibility of different seed classes to meet market demand and respond to climatic events, as well as their cultivation and multiplication of several legume strains. In the third segment, quality control, readiness can be measured by evaluating the availability, capacity, and adherence to standards for high-quality, genetically pure seeds. In the fourth segment, distribution readiness can be measured by assessing the efficiency of intermediaries, such as wholesalers, in purchasing legume seed in bulk from producers and distributing them to markets and farmers at a given speed. On the next slide, it begins with the 5th segment, marketing and extension, which can be measured by assessing by what types of seed centers promote and what training has been provided to farmers on agricultural practices associated with that same seed. In the 6th segment, farmers and their cropping systems. Readiness is typically measured by assessing the education of the farmer in terms of knowing which legume varieties and practices to cultivate according to different climatic conditions, and then evaluating the performance of their legume cropping system. Lastly, there are the grain market off-takers, which can be measured by assessing the capacity of the quantity of legume yield purchased at the market based on socioeconomic and food security parameters. Okay, so now that we know the segments, we'll move here into slide 11, where we explain their vulnerabilities, which are associated with heightened susceptibility to climate change. Past studies have identified several primary factors contributing to the heightened vulnerability of legumes. In the citations that are in this slide. These factors include heavy reliance on crop production systems that are sensitive to climate change, which includes specific varieties as well. Then, in Area 2, there's diminishing soil productivity and degradation, followed by a declining natural resource base. That's Area 3. In the following areas, there's a weakening of local institutions and conventional social safety net systems, inadequate and diminishing capital resources, lack of timely access to inputs for crop production, and the markets that provide them. In the final area, Area 8, there's a high prevalence of sickness and diseases that affect labor, such as malaria, HIV, and others. This brings us to the next section of the presentation. Please respond to this poll on your screen. When you think of the intersection between legume system segments and vulnerabilities, which climate-induced vulnerabilities do you believe are associated with breeding centers? Is it A, soil fertility and local institution connectivity, B, soil fertility and natural resource bases, C, market and environmental information access, or D, option B and C? I'll wait 10 seconds for you to respond. And let's see the results. Okay, the answers here in slide 13. In the first column, you'll see where breeding centers intersect with 3 vulnerabilities, which are marked with X's. According to the literature, the breeding part of the legume system is significantly affected by climate change across various variables. Soil fertility and productivity play a crucial role in the breeding process, as the availability of fertile soil directly impacts the success of breeding specific legume varieties with traits that can withstand climate-related challenges, such as drought and extended heat. Climate change can alter soil conditions at laboratories, unless they have the infrastructure to house plants inside, affecting the productivity of the land and subsequently impacting the breeding of the resilient legume varieties. Additionally, the natural resource base, particularly in relation to land, is a significant factor influencing the vulnerability of the breeding part of the legume system to climate change. Heavy rainfall, for example, can erode soils, reducing the land itself or the availability of arable land for breeding activities, thus impacting the capacity to develop climate-resilient legume varieties. Finally, information access is a critical variable that influences the vulnerability of the breeding part of the legume system to climate change. Access to information and knowledge about climate-resilient breeding practices is essential for adapting them to changing climate conditions. Now, I don't want to explain each relationship because then we won't have time to explain the methods later, but here we have a matrix. And this matrix was developed by combining 2 concepts. Number 1, functionality of 7 components of a legume system, which I described earlier. And number 2, 8 vulnerability factors of agricultural systems to weather extremes. And matrix was developed to measure legume system readiness here to climate change. Each column represents 1 legume system segment, while each row represents a vulnerability factor. Now, while each intersection between a column and a row arguably can demonstrate a vulnerability in a segment of the legume system, measurable interactions exist in the boxes that are filled in black. We applied the matrix to each of the 8 countries' legume systems to approximate how vulnerable a segment was to climate change. Next here, we approximate through a ranking system of 3 levels. Rankings were applied based on a mix of qualitative and quantitative description of the legume system component and its intersecting vulnerability found in the literature. The highest was colored in green, which indicates adequate readiness. The second highest was colored in yellow, which indicated moderately adequate. The lowest was colored red, which indicated inadequate readiness. The black box indicated an inability to rank the intersection, given that there was either no literature or there was too much disagreement. So to elaborate, for adequate, this ranking defines an intersection between a legume system segment and its vulnerability as being comprised with actors and their associated institutions that are able to meet all conditions to participate in the legume seed supply chain. This includes factors such as access to basic infrastructure and services, common pool resources, social stability, asset endowments, interests, and power. Adequate readiness also applies that actors have the necessary resources, knowledge, and access to markets and inputs to effectively participate in the legume seed supply chain. Now, for moderate adequacy, this ranking signifies that actors and their associated institutions have made progress, but there are still areas that require improvement to ensure they can adapt to changing market demands and climate conditions. At this time, they face difficulties in fully overcoming constraints derived from the environment. For inadequate, this ranking signifies a legume system segment and its intersecting vulnerability as having actors and their associated institutions which are unable to participate in this part of the legume seed supply chain. It signifies that they cannot access necessary resources to adapt nor overcome changing market demands and climate conditions. Slide 9, I described how the DESS report was conducted. I don't want to spend too much time here because I won't be able to discuss the findings. So if there are questions pertaining to how I search for publications, reports, and white papers, I can respond to them after the presentation. Okay, slide 16. We've arrived to the results. Before we begin, please respond to this poll. What was the most inadequately prepared segment across all countries, given the number of its vulnerabilities to climate change? Is it A, breeding centers, B, distributors, C, off-takers, or D, none of the above? I'll give you 10 seconds to respond. Let's see the results. If you picked B, distributors, you're right. If you pick breeding centers, you're in a close second. Before we begin speaking about the vulnerabilities in West African region, we need to establish a baseline of performance to assess how legume seeds have been developed and delivered across the 8 countries. In reviewing several reports, we can see that there is a significant disparity in the availability of active bean breeders and the release of climate-smart varieties across Benin, Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Liberia. Burkina Faso stands out with 7 active cowpea breeders and 6 climate-smart cowpea varieties released in 2021, while Benin and Ghana have little to no information on active bean breeders and limited release of climate-smart varieties. Liberia, on the other hand, has 7 drought-tolerant and early maturing cowpea varieties released in 2021, but no information on soybean varieties. This data underscores the need for further investment and support in the seed systems, particularly develop climate-resilient and high-yielding legume varieties for smallholder farmers. Just as a disclaimer, to be classified as a climate-smart variety, a crop variety must meet at least one of 2 criteria: early maturity and/or tolerance to extreme weather conditions such as drought, flooding, or frost. In the next slide, here with Mali, Niger, Nigeria, and Senegal, it's evident there is a growing focus on climate-smart features in the breeding and production of legume varieties. Mali has 2 registered cowpea breeding companies and 43 cowpea seed producers, but unfortunately, no varieties released with climate-smart features as of 2020. Niger has over 1,100 cowpea and over 300 groundnut certified seed producers, while Nigeria is drastically different in that they have 0 climate-smart features with their latest soybean varieties. Senegal, on the other hand, has 1 licensed peanut breeder and 13 individual peanut seed producers, and 41 seed cooperatives as of 2022. These statistics highlight growing systems in response to climate change, but still the need for continued research and innovation in this area. Now we come to the results. You'll notice that that this is an abbreviated version of the matrix I first presented to you. In this slide, it just has the first three segments of the legume systems where the seed is developed. At each intersection, we wanted to show a grade or a ratio of inadequate to moderately prepared across all countries. So the important thing is not necessarily to count the number of countries that are moderately or inadequately prepared, but rather assess the proportion of them that are inadequate or moderately prepared. In a basic sense, we looked at the proportion of red blocks to yellow blocks. If there were more than 5 blocks representing 5 countries, which were ranked as inadequate in 2 or more intersections, then a vulnerability text in the left-hand column was colored red. According to this matrix, 75% of the countries appear to have little readiness in terms of responding to the impact of climate change, which will have on soil fertility in the context of the breeding centers. On the other hand, 75% of the countries seem to be well prepared if an extreme weather event impacted their multipliers, as they would be well supported by markets that sell inputs and buy legume seed. In addition, multipliers are well supported by local institutions as well as quality control operations. The performance of quality control operations, however,
Dans les institutions et en ce qui concerne les opérations et les transactions, c'est affecté par le changement climatique. Sur ce diapo, une chose
patterns over the past 10 to 20 years delayed the onset and premature offset of the rainy season. These changes can affect soil fertility and land productivity, which are essential for legume bee breeding centers to develop new varieties on their research stations. For example, increased rainfall variability and dry spell duration can lead to soil erosion and reduce water infiltration rates, both of which negatively affect soil fertility. In turn, crops such as soybean become nutrient deprived, leaving them more susceptible to pests. This is particularly evident in Benin. Now we come to the center set of segments where the seed is transported and sold to the farmer. In these 3 segments, access to market environmental information seems to be a key roadblock. In addition, the degradation of natural resource bases, such as land cover, is another roadblock, but only intersecting with agricultural extension agents. The instability of the agricultural-based economies across Western Africa also poses issues for legume seed supply segments, particularly distributors and their delivery mechanisms. On the other hand, there seems to be a more moderate readiness in the arena of agricultural extension. Now, slide 22 offers a better summary of the matrix I just presented. But again, we need to pay close attention to the driving factors behind the vulnerabilities. As Akbo explains, the Nigerian legume seed supply chain has experienced a reduction in annual rainfall duration, which has affected the availability of weather forecasts for farming activities. This lack of accurate weather forecasts can hinder the planning and decision-making processes of legume bean seed wholesale businesses and distributors. Additionally, the promotion and adoption of early maturing legume varieties become delayed as they require access to market information to meet the changing demands. Now, this is just an example from Nigeria, but we've seen similar results across the remaining 7 countries. In the final segment, where the legume seed is cultivated and sold directly to the consumer, in both segments, that is the farmer and the off-taker, there is little instability in the economy and prevalence of human disease, which creates vulnerable points that can break down this third part of the legume supply chain. Encouragingly, though, there seems to be less dependence on the legumes that are highly sensitive to climate change and more adoption of climate-smart varieties. In addition, smallholders seem to have more access to farming inputs, as well as legume markets and information to inform them when to plant and when to sell. Still, there's much room for improvement in these areas. to make them less vulnerable to climate change. In this slide, we were presented with key insights about one factor behind the capital resource vulnerability. These are touching the two segments that I just described. If you follow the storyline at the bottom of the slide, you'll see that Nigerian farmers were ill prepared for extended drought that occurred in 2018, which not only cut yields dramatically, but also increased aphid infestations. Consequently, some farmers lost more than half of their yield post-harvest, leaving little to sell the market. This negative outcome trickled across the entire economy, being that 40% of Niger's GDP is derived from agriculture. While this case is specific to Niger and groundnut, droughts across the other 7 countries have negatively affected their legume production, particularly in areas without climate-smart varieties. Now we come into the discussion section. As we've seen, the complexities of legume systems in Western Africa are perforated by several vulnerabilities. But in knowing them, we can be strategic about our research-informed innovations in the future. This desk study underscores the importance of addressing vulnerabilities in specific segments for the regions, including breeding centers, distribution mechanisms, and farmer practices to enhance the overall resilience of the West African legume system against climate change. More specifically, increased collaboration between different breeding centers as this has led to exchange valued genetic resources and expertise apart from breeding centers. In terms of distributors, further studies need to investigate fluxes in demand and production of legume seed. As we've seen in this presentation, weak seed systems, such as cowpeas and Mali, are exacerbated by prevalence of human disease, resulting in low access to good quality seed and problems with quality assurance, all of which negatively affect the performance of legume seed wholesale businesses and distributors. Finally, research should target strategies to equip farmers with weather forecasts and how these will affect markets so they are better prepared for the ever-changing economy. So that's the end of this presentation. Thank you for joining and listening. I'd like to mention that it is a pleasure to be part of the wider team that is investigating and increasing the resilience of legume systems amidst the pressing challenges posed by climate change, particularly in West Africa. I appreciate your attention and any questions or feedback you may have today. As a reminder, this work was funded by USAID as part of the Future Innovation Lab for Legume Systems Research. Any opinions, findings, conclusions, or recommendations expressed here are those in mine alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy, for your clear presentation on the resilience and climate change. We do not have enough time for direct response to the question. The discussion will continue in breakout rooms sessions. So we will now take 10 minutes break, and we begin again promptly at 2:41 p.m. GMT. Welcome back, everyone. As a reminder, the main objective of this convening is to hear from you. Please use the chat to provide your inputs into the current gap in the legume value chain. At this time, we will hear from our final TLT member, Dr. Veronique Thirolt, on value chains and system integration. Dr. Veronique Thirolt is an associate professor in the Department of Agricultural, Food, and Research Economics at Michigan State University. Addressing global challenge related to food, nutrition, and agricultural system forms the core of Dr. Thirolt's research agenda. Her research portfolio includes conceptual and empirical studies along agricultural value chain, from input provision to farming, processing, trading, and consumption. Veronique serves as a value chain and the system integration lead for the Legume System Innovation Lab. We now hear from Veronique Theros. Please, Veronique, the floor is yours.
Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. I am Véronique Thériault, and it's a pleasure to be here today at the West Africa Regional Stakeholder Meeting. The objective of this presentation is twofold. First, to refresh our knowledge on the topic of agri-food systems and more specifically on value chains. Second, to apply those key concepts to legume value chains and systems in order to identify efficiency and effectiveness gaps in the current legume production system and possible ways to address those gaps. Here is the outline of the presentation. Let's start by familiarizing ourselves with the concept of agri-food systems. As defined by the High Level of Panel expert in 2017, agri-food systems include all the elements, such as the environment, people, inputs, processes, infrastructure, institution, as well as the activities that relate to the production, processing, distribution, preparation, and consumption of food, and the outputs of these activities, including socioeconomic and environmental outcomes. In other words, agri-food systems are composed of food supply chain, food environment, and consumer behavior, and these three elements are affected and affect each other. The food environment refers to the physical, economic, political, and socio-cultural context in which consumers engage with the food system. Agri-food systems highlight the crucial roles that agricultural and food value chain and food environment play in influencing consumer food choices. As you can see, agri-food systems are circular and not linear to represent their complexity and interconnectedness across agricultural and food production and consumption. Agri-food systems are dynamic. They change over time and also vary from place to place. For this presentation, we will focus on the value chain element of the agri-food systems, while keeping in mind that value chains are part of the broader and complex agri-food systems. As described by Campbell, a value chain refers to the full range of activities and services required to bring a product or service from its conception to sale in its final market, whether local, national, regional, or international. It includes activities such as production, storage, distribution, processing, packaging, retailing, and consumption. It is important to highlight that decisions made in one segment of the value chains have implications for the other ones. Decisions at the production level not only influence what and how much is produced, but also what and how much is consumed. An analysis of the value chain helps to better understand the interconnection among the various actors and activities, and to understand what would likely happen to the production and consumption if there was a change along the value chain. It can inform on the types of decision and intervention that are needed to improve the performance of the value chain by identifying viable and profitable market opportunities and solutions to bottlenecks. Performance can take different forms. It can be in terms of economic, social, and environmental sustainability. For instance, it can be measured in terms of efficiency, productivity, profitability, competitiveness, inclusiveness, and resilience. In the next few slides, we will go over the concept of structure and dynamic within a value chain. The material presented draw on a previous paper on inclusiveness in agricultural value chain that I co-authored with Steve Hagley, John Stadt, Nengo Dembele, and Boubacar Diallo. A value chain includes all the actors involved from input supply to consumption. These value chain actors operate within an environment that can either enable or disable their performance. Value chains are composed of several competing vertical supply channels that link farmers to collector, processor, wholesaler, retailer, and to the final buyer at the local, national, regional, or international level. Laws, regulation, policies, international trade agreements, such as the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, or part of the policy landscape that affects the movement of food product along a value chain. Likewise, research and development, extension services, finance, and transport are part of the business landscape that can facilitate or hinder the flow of food product along the value chain and therefore the value chain performance. Coordination is also present within a value chain. Horizontal coordination can take place among actors that perform a similar function, such as farming. For instance, farmers can coordinate by forming farmer association, which can help them to reduce their transaction costs by assembling and selling larger volumes and receiving higher prices through improved bargaining power. Vertical coordination refers to the types of interaction, or if you prefer, transaction, that input suppliers have with their output buyers within a specific supply channel. For instance, it describes the type of interaction that processors have with their input suppliers, in this case, farmer, and their output buyers, in this case, wholesalers. Actors performing different functions interact with each other through vertical integration, spot market, or contract. Vertical integration refers to an interaction where one enterprise is engaged in several activities such as production, processing, and marketing. Under vertical integration, these activities are done in-house. Interaction can also be done via spot market. For instance, processors buy from farmers and sell to wholesalers at current market price. Where there is a large number of buyers competing for the product, sellers can receive higher prices, whereas when competition among buyers is low, sellers have a more difficult time negotiating higher prices. The third type of interaction is contract. The contract stipulates the grade, standard, quantity, and delivery condition of the products between buyers and sellers. The presence and type of horizontal and vertical coordination that exists within a value chain influences its governance. How a value chain is governed affects the distribution of benefit, information, and power among the value chain actors. Value chain mapping is a very useful tool used to illustrate the structure of a value chain at a given point in time. It depicts the key value chain actors and their relationship, as well as the flow of products, services, and information. These maps can convey a lot of information. So let's take a look at how to read and understand them. The horizontal level represents the value chain activities such as farming, processing, and marketing. The different ways that a product moves from farming to consumption represent the various competing supply channels. In this example, there are 4 competing supply channels and a 5th potential one. Vertical integration characterizes the 5th potential supply channel, since all activities from farming to wholesaling will be done by the proposed new farm co-op. Importance of a supply channel can be represented by its size. For instance, the larger size of supply channel number 1 indicate that subsistence production remain highly prevalent. Available data in regard to the number of farmers, processors, traders, volumes, sale value, and participation of young people and women for each activity and supply channel can be overlaid on the map to provide a fuller picture. Adding this information can help to identify where, for instance, women and young people are more or less involved along a value chain. A value chain map provides a picture of the value chain at a given point in time. But keep in mind that value chains are dynamic and therefore the exercise has to be redone over time to capture any changes in value chain. Value chains are affected by changes in demand and supply. Population growth, rapid urbanization, and growth incomes are all contributing to a greater demand for processed and convenience food, as well as a greater demand for diversified, nutritious, and higher quality food products in both urban and rural areas. Changes provide market opportunities for actors all along the value chain, from farmers to retailers. Changes in supply, such as the adoption of new technologies, can reduce costs, increase the availability and affordability of existing products, lead to the development of new products, and therefore to higher revenues and profit for value chain actors. Changes in the environment can also influence the value chain performance. Improvement in infrastructure can contribute to reducing costs and minimizing food losses during transport. Policies can affect incentive to produce and consume more or less diversified, nutritious, and safe food. For instance, input subsidy programs targeting specific crops create incentive for farmers to grow those targeted crops, often at the detriment of the other untargeted crops. Value chains are dynamic and they can transform over time. Value chains have been classified as traditional, transitional, or modern by Barrett and his co-authors. On the continent, transitional agri-food value chains are the most prevalent. They are characterized by a vibrant processing and retailing sectors composed of numerous small and medium enterprises. The food service is also vibrant through food street vendors and independent restaurants, which can provide new market opportunities. Changes in the structure and dynamic of a value chain can positively or negatively affect its economic, social, and environmental performance. Intervention can be designed and implemented to improve a value chain performance. A wide range of potential intervention to prevent or address value chain bottlenecks and expand market opportunities exist. According to Hagblade and his co-authors, intervention are more likely to succeed in further developing sustainable and inclusive value chain if interventions stimulate sustainable, viable private businesses. If intervention affect large number of people at once through policy, training program, financial institution, business association, or co-op. And if interventions have strong links with key private sector participants. Now that we are all more familiar with key concepts, we will apply them to the legume value chain in West Africa with the aim of identifying opportunities to improve legume products and processes while increasing efficiency and effectiveness in the system. In a value chain analysis, end markets are often the starting point. End markets refer to the final transaction in the value chain. It suggests that intervention should be demand-driven instead of supply-driven. To do so, we first identified end market opportunities that currently exist or would exist in the near future, locally, nationally, regionally, or internationally for legume products. What are the main factors driving demand for legume products in terms of prices, quantities, quality, and buyer tastes and preferences? We need to understand who buys what, where, and when, and how they prepare and consume it, as well as what opportunities exist to sell more or sell at greater value. For instance, we need to understand if demand is being unmet because of limited availability, poor quality, or because prices are too high compared to competing alternative products. Once the existing and potential market opportunities are understood, the next step is to identify the main bottlenecks along the value chain and solutions to address them in order to seize those market opportunities and improve the value chain performance. Here are examples of constraints along the legume value chain that have been identified in the literature. In terms of research and development, limited availability and delays in releasing new varieties have been identified as constraints. At the production level, low farm productivity due to low adoption of improved seed has been identified as a key constraint. Pest and disease, along with low soil fertility, also contribute to low level of production. Inadequate storage leads to lower quality, lower prices, and losses. In some countries, there's limited value added as most legume products are sold as grain. There's also inadequate access to equipment to improve the processing and quality of the legume grain. Access to market remains a constraint for some farmers. In the market, legume products, including grain, pods, and leaves, as well as legume-based products that meet consumer taste and preference, are not always available and affordable. Lack of adequate infrastructure, such as road, market, and electricity, affect the performance of different actors along the value chain. Input subsidy programs targeting starchy staples can create incentive to allocate more land to starchy staples, often at the detriment of other crops such as legume. Limited access to support services, such as credit and extension services, have been identified as constraints. Lack of access to data and little communication among and across value chain actors are also constraining the performance of the legume value chain. Several potential strategic interventions to address those constraints have also been identified in the literature. Among those potential interventions are the development and timely release of new varieties that are well adapted to the needs of farmers and taste and preferences of consumers. Higher rates of adoption of improved seed can boost productivity, while mechanization can reduce labor bottleneck and increase productivity. In addition to these on-farm improvements, the use of improved crop storage bags can contribute to improving the quality of legume grain and reduce losses. The development and promotion of new legume products, such as flour, powder, and canned and pre-cooked legume products, can respond to the need of consumers for easy-to-prepare, ready-to-eat, nutritious food products, especially in urban areas. Improved access to infrastructure, such as reliable electricity, would be beneficial to small and medium processing enterprises, notably by reducing their operation costs. Awareness campaign has been identified as a potential intervention to increase demand by educating consumers on the health benefit of consuming legumes. The creation of a multi-stakeholder platform, as it exists in some countries, can play an important role in facilitating communication among and across value chain actors. Strengthening the capacity of market information system has been proposed as a strategy to collect information about quantity, quality, and prices of legume products, and to ensure that this information is widely accessible to all value chain actors. This concludes my presentation on legume value chain and system. Here are some of the references used for this presentation. And some additional ones. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you on what are current and potential market opportunities and what needs to be done to address efficiency and effectiveness gap in the current legume production system.
Thank you, Dr. Veronique, for your clear presentation on the value chain. And now we like to break out into smaller groups to continue this discussion with your inputs and insights. The breakout session will last again for 45 minutes, at which time we will all return to the main meeting room, where we will hear a brief report from each group. Now we have 6 breakout rooms, 3 in French and 3 in English. So in your breakouts, you will be asked to provide your input insights on various topics discussed today. The Legume Lab will follow up with writing correspondence on various topical questions. So if your group does not discuss all the questions, you will still have the opportunity to share your expertise through the writing formats following this event. Each breakout will be starting with a different question to ensure all topics covered. David, please open the breakout room. To select your breakout group, click on the breakout room icon that will look like 4 small squares on the bottom on your screen. Once you click on the breakout room, you should see the room option. You may need to hover your mouse over the blue number to see the word join. If you are unable to see the breakout room icon, remain in the main room and you will be automatically assigned to a room. Now please select your breakout room. Welcome back, everyone. We now have 25 minutes, about 25 minutes to hear from the breakout rooms. I will call on each breakout room leader to please from the breakout room. Please let us keep the 4 minutes per group. We will start with the French group. So I will call now the French breakout room 1. Leaders, Lalaina, to share with us in 4 minutes the key highlights. The floor is yours, Lalaina.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Symphorien. Donc, dans notre groupe de discussion, on a pu traiter donc les 3 questions. Donc, pour répondre à la première question, nous avons identifié donc les menaces.
In my group, we had 4 questions, and the first one was on the speed at which the legume sector is growing, and we had 4 areas that affected. We had drought or climatic stress, so drought in irregular rainfall patterns. The second one was human diseases and pests. And the third one was a threat to the processing sector. And we also had in the third aspect access to credit or financing, and then the lack of advice and counsel in some countries. So these are the four main threats to the legume sector. And then the second question, this was on the bottlenecks or obstacles. So yes, we talked about consumption, production issues, the reduction in commercialization, and then we had biological stress factors like pests, diseases, the quality of seed being affected. And then we also have the processing, the harvests rather, and post-harvest losses, and this affecting the amount of produce that can be processed. So this addressed the bottlenecks. And then the next one was how can we find research areas which will respond to these issues. And the first thing is we must recognize the problem, and once we acknowledge or identify these problems, find solutions, develop approaches and strategies which will, for instance, work on soil fertility, and then also develop some research in the area of agronomy and extension. And then also everything related to consumption. So for instance, the supply chain and ensuring that it is adapted to the needs of the consumer. So this is a summary. We had a very interesting discussion, and this was recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lelena, for your presentation. So now I will call the leader of French Breakout Room number 2, le responsable du groupe francophone 2.
We will now move on to group 2.
Madame Fatou. Ah, c'est moi? Ok, désolé.
Peut-être c'est moi.
Madame
Donc,
Fat.
merci.
Okay,
Donc,
I didn't know it was me. Thank you very much.
Donc, au niveau du groupe 2,
Let me find my notes.
on a essayé de répondre
For group 2, we tried to
trois grandes questions,
answer
questions quand même.
the
Donc, on
3
n'a pas
major
fini, mais on a
questions.
fait de notre mieux.
We weren't able
Concernant
to finish, but we tried our
résilience
best.
et changement climatique,
Now,
donc,
on resilience and climate change, we identified some issues, mainly drought and also climate change. And then the second one was the loss of soil fertility or decrease in soil fertility. And then this is because desertification and a poor use of land affects the soil fertility. And then the third one being pests and diseases. And we thought that the biggest issue was climate change and drought. And because of this drought, we find that the production is lower and the market is affected. So we must ensure that we've developed seeds which are resistant to drought, and then ensure that the varieties which have been developed are better communicated or made known to the farmers. And then the second point, we thought that our general way of getting seeds is not really the best. So we need to make sure that quality seeds. And then secondly, the storage system, our current storage system has not adapted to the context within the countries. And then the next point is that as the storage systems are not convenient, it also reduces the quality of the seeds or the legumes. And the next point is on processing. And this is because there's a low availability of produce for those who process them. We observe that the price of cowpea has been a bit higher than over the past few years, but we have to make sure that the production is increased so that we can meet demand, as this affects the supply chain. And so looking at climate change, we also need to make sure that we address it by creating varieties and also putting into practice agricultural practices which also respond to climate change. What policies and what changes have been put in place to increase production? Now, on the platform, we just talked about regional platform, and that is in West Africa. But some countries have different platforms, as it's the case for Senegal, and that for cowpea. Thank you.
Your presentation, for your feedback. Now we hear from Dad's French breakout room, a leader for group number 3. Le groupe numéro 3, s'il vous plaît.
C'est Moussa.
Group 3. Yes, Moussa speaking. Now, on the first question, that is on the sustainability of the sector, we looked at the conditions in the sector. So, first of all, the storage infrastructure are not adequate. And then the price of fertilizers and other inputs being very high, and then we also decided that when it comes to bottlenecks, we thought that the life cycle of the plant is compromised because of inadequate rainfall or irregular rainfall patterns. So sometimes we find that when the crop is already mature, the rain continues or the rain doesn't fall at the time of planting, and so we have poor yields. And so this is something that we must invest more research in, perhaps to find better varieties. Now, on systems that rely on rainfall alone, we realize that the maturity of the seeds is a problem, or seed maturity is a challenge. And this affects various actors in the value chain. And also everything relies on the consumers as well, the buyers. So we must develop varieties that will help to increase productivity or yield, and also ensure that they are pest resistant. And then the integration into the value chain system. In our opinion, it's important for the actors to collaborate. And then there's low training. There are a lot of varieties which have been developed, but there's not enough information. So the growers are not benefiting from this. And then also, when we look at funding, either there's very little expertise or the timing is not for paying back. These loans are not favorable. And so when it comes to seeds, we need to make sure that they are quality seeds. Now, what are the links? We need to ensure that there's more collaboration between the actors, strengthen the capacity of actors and players through training, and we can do this through researchers, through extension officers, through CSOs or NGOs. So if we concentrate on the production and the consumption aspects of the value chain, we would make a mistake, but we have to make sure that all the actors are involved. And then finally, also technology. As I would like to state that technology is also an important driver when it comes to the improvement of the value chain. And then also, when it comes to working on climate change issues, we should make sure that people work in teams, because there are a lot of issues, and by working in teams, we can address all the issues throughout the value chain. So we have a platform that brings together or unites various actors. But in reality, yes, we have platforms which exist, but in terms of their functionality, it's not very active. And so we have to also ensure that when it comes to the consumption, the produce is used in various public areas, like in school canteens. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Musa.
Now we hear from the English group. English group number 1, the leaders can share feedback with us. English group number 1.
I don't know if that is all.
Go ahead, Sim.
If that's our group, I go ahead, Symphorian. We discussed on the yes, we discussed on the resilience and climate change and some of the main challenges that were coming in are the issues of climate change and how it affects the varieties that maybe were performing quite well before and are now changing with the and we thought that the solution in this would be a breeding agenda that is responsive, bringing in varieties that can, for example, escape drought, maturing, and so on. The issue of new diseases and pests also has an implication of the changing climate, maybe rising temperatures, which could affect efforts to reduce pest effect on these varieties. Another challenge was on policy change, because in some instances there is shift in policy on preference for some particular varieties in a particular region, bringing the effect of a reduction in subsidy or complete removal of subsidies, which affect the production of these varieties in those areas. The issue of the degraded soils was also mentioned, and the solution to this agroforestry was appreciated to play a huge role in giving organic inputs to the soils, hence enhancing productivity. In terms of the value chain and system integration, we thought that the weakest link was in research and extension. There have been new lines of varieties that have been developed, but the farmers are not aware of them. So there's a problem with the dissemination of these new varieties. It was mentioned that there's a challenge of the farmer extension ratio is quite big, and this may affect the release and the demand of these varieties. Also, the traceability or monitoring of the varieties is not very strong. So the issue of trait breakdown, if it's not well monitored, then this would affect the response efforts to diseases and pests. There is also the challenge at consumption, specifically of storage issues of food poisoning. And even when we appreciate that there are some technologies that are existing in this line, some additional investment would be required in terms of research. On multi-stakeholder platforms, there are some platforms that exist, but they are quite weak in terms of how they will function. There are some aggregators who have some form of organization specifically with the objective of regulating prices. But although the objectives may not be very clear, but there is need to strengthen the multi-stakeholder platforms within the legume value chain in West Africa. I think those were some of the reflections, unless some of members of my group could add some, which maybe I did not manage to mention. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon, for your clear presentation. I will now call the leader of English Group 2 to share a summary with us in 4 minutes. Thanks. Group number 2.
All right, thank you so much. And our apologies for the earlier internet disruption. So for the afternoon session, we're then again able to answer and discuss all the 3 main question topics. So in relation to the threats to the sustainability of the legume sector in West Africa, regarding resilience and climate change, we identified soil fertility and distribution as the threats to the sustainability of the legume sector. And for the greatest threats within the value chain, we discussed that bottleneck in terms of development of new and climate smart variety, and then quality, timely, and sustainable research at the breeding centers, which is challenged by sustainable funding for research, is the main threats that is found in the value chain. So in addressing the bottlenecks identified, there is a need for research on soil fertility, because we discussed that even though we could have high-level seed varieties, when there is an issue with soil fertility, there is still a challenge. So such a challenge should be addressed. And then again, there must be adequate funding. And there is a need to address the system approach to inputs and research on the right approach. For example, mechanization and breeding, there must be a collaboration between sector actors or sector researchers who research on topics relating to mechanization and breeding. And then again, there must be easy access to information. Also, in terms of value chains and system integration, we identified that the weakest linkages in the legume value chains include the linkage between seed producers and then farmers. And then again, there's a weak link between researchers and the markets, because mostly researchers hardly work with traders. Yes, and also there's a weak link between funders or financiers and commercial products. There's again a weak link between research and then funding. So these areas must be addressed as well. For focus research areas for stakeholders, we discussed in our group that value chain and network analysis and credit system should be some of the focus research areas. In terms of multi-stakeholder platforms, which is the last session, the last part, we identified that the Center for Regional Excellence and the CGR are the main entities in West Africa who bring all the actors in the value chain together. In identifying the biggest buyers of legumes in West Africa, we divided it into the type of seeds, the legume seeds. So for the grains, the white types, the biggest buyers are the direct consumers, while the red types are mostly purchased by institutions or industry, sorry. We also identify that there is a weak link between producers and buyers because there is, in terms of cooperation, there is literally no coordination amongst producers and buyers. And that escalates to the issue of price-related challenges because there is no flow of information between producers and buyers. So there is the need to identify the best networks, which would help solve these identified issues. These are the discussions that we held in our breakout session. But anyone from our group could also talk on the ones that were not discussed.
Thank you, Anaisi, for your presentation. Then I will call the third English breakout room leaders to share key highlights in 4 minutes. Thank you. The third group leaders.
Okay, thank you so much. In our third group, English discussion group, we discussed about the value chain and system integration, whereby we looked at the weak links in the legume value chain. We talked about production, whereby we need availability of planting materials that is certified seed. We talked about marketing. There's need for market information and market linkages. Also, there's lack of facilitators to bring together and nurture the value chain actors. We talked about the lack of policy and institutional support, mostly for seed certification. We also looked at which linkages could we improve in the legume value chain. And we talked of the processing. Processing is one of the linkage that need to be improved. This is improved post-harvest infrastructure and handling facilities. We talked about transportation, that is transportation of the farm produce, that is the legume value chain from the farm to the market. Also seed production, there is a need for clean planting materials, so there is need for improvement around the seed production. Packaging and branding is still an issue for the legume value chain. Then we also talked of the policy and regulatory sector is also a challenge in this legume value chain sector. Then should the focus be on increasing consumption, increasing production, increasing access to market? And then the group members suggested or felt that the increasing consumption should be given more attention since it can be local, but the target end goal should be the export consumption. What research would help us answer this question? That is the research around this topic. We suggested the consumer preference research on certified seed that brings in the private sector and also the collaboration with farmers. The next research point was the seed intensification on legume value chain. And then we also discussed the multi-stakeholder forum, whereby we identified some of the entities which do the multi-stakeholder forums, and members felt that there are some entities which do the multi-stakeholder forum, for example, the OCOAS, the FARA, also the Ministry of Agriculture, the FAO, the IFD in West Africa also. Then we asked ourselves who are the biggest buyers of legumes in West Africa, and members suggested that the WFP and USAID in Liberia, who are also working on school feeding program, mostly dealing with legumes, and also the Grants Cereal Limited and other processors. Who coordinates between producers and buyers? We felt that the local market organization are really doing a lot of coordination between the producers and buyers, farmer cooperatives also, the aggregators and processors. Then the next one was, are there aggregators, traders, cooperatives, or associations that act as aggregators and buyers? Then the team suggested that yes, farmer cooperatives do so. Are there farmers on their own, or do they have advocates? The group members suggested that no, farmers are not on their own, since they have the farmer cooperatives, which are very effectively mostly when it comes to negotiation and guarding the interest of the group that is centered around production and marketing. And then the next one was, how does coordination take place between producers and buyers at the farm level? And my group members suggested that contract farming and market information, whereby the buyers provide inputs, that is mostly when there's a contract between the farmer and the buyer. And sometimes they have timely market information, whereby the buyers are able to provide the information to their farmers or the producers. The research areas around this topic, one, we suggested that efficient business model between buyers and producers, and also market satisfaction assessment. Thank you.
Rachel, for your detailed presentation. With that, we have concluded the breakout reporting back plenary. Thank you to all participants. I will now request the Legume System Innovation Lab Program Manager, David Legume, to provide the details of the way forward and opportunities to continue adding your ideas. David, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Symphorium. Thank you for facilitating today's event. Thank you to the breakout room leaders, the translators, and each of the participants for spending the time to actively participate. I'm going to request that we continue to actively participate. Please, let's continue today's discussion through a questionnaire that is going to be sent to the participants. We will be sharing the recordings of the presentation and a link to a form to allow further feedback on the gaps in the legume systems and research priorities for West Africa. We ask that you please complete the questionnaire that we will send to you. After we review your input from today and your responses to the questionnaire, we anticipate releasing the call for proposals in May. Today, there were several questions about the call for proposals in the chat and the Q&A. Please note that a webinar will be scheduled after the release of the request for proposals. So you will have time to review the details, such as the requirements in the RFP, prior to the informative webinar or question and answer webinar that we will host. Given the process is competitive, the management entity does not reply individually to questions. Instead, a public document called the Frequently Asked Questions document will be on our website. It will list the questions received and provide answers, if answers are possible, so that all applicants have the same information. Therefore, you should consider the details in the call for proposals, the Frequently Asked Questions document, and responses given in the public webinar after the release of the RFP as the definitive answers to requirements to apply. There will be 2 rounds. First, applicants will submit a reply to the request for proposal with a concept note. Followed by that, a subset of selected concept notes will submit a full proposal. Again, the specific requirements for submitting a concept note proposal and the types of research partners to include in your research proposal and other details will be released in May. I'd like to thank you again for attending today's regional stakeholder convening. I'd like to thank Symphorium for facilitating, and as mentioned, the breakout room facilitators, presenters, and the translators. With that, I'd like to request Legume Systems Innovation Lab Deputy Director, Dr. John Maidendorf, to provide closing remarks on today. Over to you, John.
Thank you, David. Actually, Barry is available, so I think, Barry, you want to jump in and give the closing remarks.
Great. Thank you, John. Much appreciated. So with the overwhelming turnout of almost 150 participants, I think we really have strong proof that your region is one in the world that is passionate about legumes. It's clear that cowpea and beans play an important role in the West African agricultural landscape. As important as these crops are, one clear message I've heard from your input today is that gaps exist in the West Africa legume value chains. From seed systems to markets and gender inequity, social inclusion to climate change, you have identified areas that deserve investment of time and resources. This valuable information will assist us in developing funding priorities. You've been an important part of this process. As I read the chat messages today, one theme emerged time and time again, and that was a call for collaboration. As participants shared their organizations, geography, and specializations, you also expressed a call for collaborations from fellow participants. Collaboration is a critical element to success in the multi-stakeholder platforms, which we'll be looking to implement across the region. Individually, we may not know all the answers, but collectively, we can ask the questions and seek the solutions. We look forward to continued conversations with you over the next several weeks. And a quick save the date for the I would like to put a plug in for a quick save the date for the World Cowpea Research Conference, which will be held in September in Benin. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with IITA on this important meeting, and we look forward to engaging with the community at that time. So as we close out, I would like to again thank USAID Washington, especially Daniel Bailey, our AOR, for all his continued efforts and support. I'd like to thank the USAID missions for their ongoing efforts and collaborative interactions with us. We look forward to engaging you in this next phase. I'd also like to thank all the participants for your time and effort today, and presenters for all your time and effort as well. I'd like to thank fellow management entity members for all your efforts to make this a very successful event today. And thank you to the translators for your time and effort to make this a successful meeting. So with that, I'll close the meeting, and thank you very much, everyone. And we look forward to interacting with you on the next steps. Okay, take care. Thank you.